Anybody here? Just me? I think I want the light off. What's up, Wes? Hey, that's cool. That's one problem down. I still didn't figure out why Twitch wasn't doing the notifications for someone subscribing, but what's up, Vegeta? Thanks, friend. How's your guys' weekends going? What's up, Charlie? You started playing Ruby yesterday. Why? And who's your starter? You doing Thanksgiving, Easter dinner tonight, Vegeta? You had an Easter barbecue. How was it? Oh, nice, dude. What's up, Billy? How you doing? The whole crew's back. Do you guys like TMs like Thunder, Fire Blast, and Blizzard? I just can't, like, I like them when they land, you know? But I hate inaccurate moves. Or anything less than 100%. You never use them until they brought weather effects. It makes sense. Yeah, Wes, same. Wes is the exact same thing for me. It was like, when I was a kid, I liked those better than T-Bolt, the more accurate versions. And as an adult, I'm like, no, dude, I want consistency. I'm a gambler. I always tried out Focus Blast. Focus Miss back in Gen 4. I liked Dynamic Punch back in Gen 2, just because of how badass the animation was. We dream of the universe. It's weird how they really hide in plain sight. Oh my god, I genuinely did not know that I wrote that same thing yesterday. And right in my notes, right there, hiding in plain sight. Okay. Glad yesterday me was smart enough to see that. You making BLTs tonight? I'm jealous, man. I don't know how to cook. My girlfriend knows how to cook. But alas, she's with family. So I'm just gonna pig out on chips. Yeah, Wes, for sure. Gonna see if Perennial can get some juice here. I need to get a flyer, yeah. We'll be alright. Oh, air fryer. Thought you meant flyer because we're in a fighting gym. I have an air fryer. I'm out of taquitos. Taquitos is like my #1 air fryer food, but I ran out. Tater tots, yeah. Tater tots are good. What are tater tots? Are they smaller fries? Not really. It's a different texture. They're more like crunchy and crispy, if that makes any sense. Wes, where are you from again? How have you not heard of tater tots? You can't be American, right? Like a crumbled potato. I like, yeah, I think curly fries are my favorite. Kind of like, yeah, kind of like crumbled potatoes. Think more crunchy than that. What about favorite kind of fries from fast food joints? I have a strong opinion on this. I actually think Wendy's fries are incredible. And then I like potato fries from Taco Bell, but they're so ridiculously overpriced. Like, I have a whole metric in my head for like price point and taste good. It's like you can have great fries, but if they still taste like, or if they still cost way too much, it like sours the taste for me. Dairy Queen has like I like their tenders. I get tenders at Dairy Queen. The thing I like about Wendy's though, a lot of their stuff is fresh. Like apparently the way they prep it is different. So I appreciate that. And I think McDonald's, I mean, I'll still eat it, but I think McDonald's is all around like not that great at anything really. Burgers aren't great, fries aren't great. Maybe the chicken nuggets are fine, but that's because those gotta be great, because it's like chicken nuggets has to be the prime earner for them. Yeah, I think Charlie I'm referencing, because I hadn't been to Wendy's in forever, and my mom and I were going to Seattle. And she wanted to get Wendy's. I was like, all right. And I thought that was kind of weird. I was like, really, Wendy's? And then both their nuggets and fries were great. And I was like, oh, dude, Wendy's fries, man. I don't eat Burger King, McDonald's. Yeah, it's like, I think because of their position in sales and that they're like the go-to, they can just like lax on quality, because I think McDonald's is like utterly disgusting. That's very strong. I don't think that. Okay, like I said, when the price point gets so detached from what you're paying for, it makes me give you even worse opinion. And it works the opposite way too. I'll explain. But with McDonald's, it's like now it's so expensive to go to McDonald's, and the food is not that great. So for now, it equals my head terrible. And then the opposite version of that is when not now anymore, but back when Little Caesars had $5 pizzas. I defend Little Caesars. I'm like, you're paying $5 for a large pizza. Now in my head, the math, it tastes good because the math makes sense. And if you compared it on just a taste basis, no, it's not that great. It tastes like cardboard, kind of. But for the price point, it got some points. I give high points to price point. I know they're food because of TV, but it's not a thing. Oh, South Africa, that's right. Sorry, I gotta remember where everybody's from, so if I've asked you before, like now I remember. We just have different variety of fries, so I always thought tater tots was just a different cut of fries. Well, I mean, when you really boil it down, pun unintended, it is just potatoes, right? It's just they're prepared in a different way. What's up, Beauty Burn? How you doing? Wendy's has the best burger. Dave's Double is better. I've never heard of Dave's Double. I don't eat it often, but I get the Baconator and fries a couple times a year. I'm never disappointed. Baconator, where's that again? Wendy's getting rid of the grilled chicken sandwich sucks too. There used to be this the Jack in the Box is still there, but back 5 years ago when I streamed Magic the Gathering, I was a complete degenerate. I was like sleeping all day, streaming all night, because most of the people who watched me were from Australia and Western Europe and some Eastern Europe. So it's like that became my audience. And we had this 24-hour Jack in the Box, and then they had like 2 people working it, you know? And there was this guy there, and it made no sense, man. He was this, you know, very large gentleman, very angry guy, just a very angry young man. And he would just be, you could hear him hollering and bitching and moaning about stuff all the time. They did the classic, oh, the milkshake thing doesn't work. Like, all right. Sorry, it just went down kind of thing. But he used to like scold customers. You'd like go pick up food, and he'd like slam the window open. He's like, why are you getting food at this time? And I'd be like, why does it matter? Like, who are you asking? And I threw attitude because I think a lot of people were just like scared of him. Like, oh, sorry. He did that to me one time, and I was like, who the hell's asking? And then he piped down. I don't think anybody responded to him like that before, but I was like, why are you disrespecting me? Like, I don't give fast food workers a hard time, but if you're going to disrespect me, I am. And he's like, I just don't get why people get, you know, this food at 1 a.m. I'm like, then why are you open? Well, I'm like, yeah. I'm like, it's your job, right? And basically this came down to, he probably started working there, got the night shift, thought it'd be super easy. There'd be like no customers. And then when customers showed up, he'd just like have a tantrum. So anyway, I stopped spending money there. I was like, no, like, you can figure out your employee situation. I'm not going to go there. Always scared to pipe up to fast food staff. Don't want any extra ingredients in my food. Yeah, I got another story about that. So, here's the thing. He wasn't preparing the food. There was like one guy taking the orders and one person was like making the food. So I wasn't scared in that circumstance. But I'll tell you another one. I met a girl on Hinge one time, and she had to drive from Eastern Washington to Western Washington, which is a very lengthy drive. And by the way, she offered. I was like, I can come out there. She's like, no, I'll go out there. I was like, okay. So she drove like 5 hours to come hang out with me, and we hung out twice. And the second time we hung out, we went to, I think it might have been a Jack in the Box or a Wendy's, and as soon as we start ordering at the window, you could tell it was like young teenage girls, and they were very, very like very rude. You know what I mean? But I didn't care. I was just made my order, and the girl I was with So not sorry, not to get all racial, but like the girl I was with was Hispanic, and so were the girls working in the restaurant. So we get to the window, and they start giving us, and I'm sorry, but it kind of does matter, because they're like fiery, okay? They're like fiery towards each other, and they're kind of pleasant to me. Like they open the window, I'm like, hey, how's it going? And they're like kind of being pleasant to me. And then the girl I'm with is like, did you remember to put this in there and that in there and that in there? And they fire back. They're like, yeah. And they're starting to like, you know what I mean? It's starting to build a little bit. And so she's like, okay, because I'm going to check. And then I've never done that. Like I don't sit at the window and check, you know what I mean? And then just like, who said it? Just like Wes said it, if you haven't gotten the food yet, or if you return the food because they messed up and you want something done to it, or like you want it to be fixed, I've never done that. Why? Because they're going to spit in it. They're going to be gross to it. So I just chalk it up to an L. No, I'm not going to go to that place anymore. Good to go, right? So as we start driving away, she's like, no, sit there at the window. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. So she starts checking the food, and she's like, they got my order wrong. Not yours, but they got my order wrong. And I was like, oh, sorry about that. So then I suggest, and at the time I made a lot of money. So like, I didn't give a shit. I said, hey, there's one down the street. We'll just go down the street. I'll get you the next one. I was like, they're not being professional. You know what I mean? You guys were kind of going back and forth. And then she like slams the bag on the ground. And mind you, she's never acted like this before. We've only hung out like twice. And she goes, are you kidding me? I was like, what? She's like, you're not going to go back there and get our order fixed? I was like, no, but like, I don't blame anybody who does, but I'm just saying if there's something wrong with the food and you try to get it exchanged, they might mess with the food. And she's like, yeah. And then we go in there and beat their ass. Mind you, this was like 2 years ago. So I'm in my 30s. I'm not going to get in a fight with young teenage girls. That's not my role. Like we're not supposed to do that, you know what I mean? And I was like, don't worry, like we'll go get it replaced. I don't mind, I'm paying for it. And then so she's like, no, just take us back to the Airbnb. And on the way there, she goes, it was very quiet, and she goes, I don't know how to tell you this, but she's like, I'm completely unattracted to you now. And I was like, okay. And she's like, she's like, she got all, she's like, you know, you should have gone back there and like fought it out with me. And I didn't argue with her. I was just like, okay. So then we went back to the Airbnb. We slept in different places. In the morning, she's like, yeah, this isn't going to work out. I was like, okay. Like, I didn't feel emasculated. I'm like, I'm not going to get in a fight with I dodged a bullet for sure. I'm not going to get in a fight with some fucking teenage girls. Are you kidding me? And that's the thing is like, I don't care if somebody's bigger than me, but like if a grown man is messing with me or my girl, like I'll defend us, you know? Even if you get your ass kicked, it's like kind of what you're supposed to do. That's my opinion. You're kind of, even if you get your ass kicked, you gotta like defend yourself. When it comes to little girls at a Wendy's, I'm not gonna pick a fight with them. I don't know what you want me to do. Hinge date turned unhinged. That's a good line. Yeah, definitely dodged a bullet. And it's not like it, oh man, now I'm emasculated. No, I was like, whatever. That's not masculinity. It's not getting in a fight with little girls. Yes, she was, I think she was the same age as me. So probably 31 or 30. Yes. That's what was so ridiculous. It's like, one, the premise that I'd fight over this, and two, our age. Like, oh my god. Come on now. It is embarrassing. I think she thinks that she embarrassed me for saying that. I'm like, that's not embarrassing to me. Because just like I'm doing on stream right now, you canvass anybody with a rational brain, they'll say what you guys are saying. I'm like... I thought I fought this guy. I keep living on the past. Perennial was able to tank a lot of, or not tank, but the last Machoke I fought, I was able to toxic it and smoke screen it so it couldn't touch me. So I thought I could fight this Machoke. My friend's ex was Latina and she had a very high school mentality too. Always gossiping and wanting to cause conflict and exhausting when you're around that as an adult. Yeah, for sure. And it's like, and look, I'm allowed to say it. I think I've dated more Latina women than I have white women. So I could say it. I'm just saying, there's... it happens a lot. I'll say this, though, like, none better if you do need, like, a woman to defend you. They'll defend you. Lots of spice, yeah. Still hate trade evolutions, poor Machoke, yeah. Dude, before I got on stream today, look how much I wrote for... This is all basically talking about, like, lack of diversity or restrictive roster. Look at all this. Look at that. I don't know how many words that is, but that's just one part. You know, and I hadn't played these games, and I remember a few people on different videos would be like, I can't wait for you to do Diamond and Pearl or like Gen 4 because, you know, people are always saying bad things about it. And I want to be careful. I'm not saying Gen 4 like Platinum and Heart Gold to Silver so far. Just in Diamond and Pearl, I'm like, they'll be like, oh, people say that the roster is really restrictive or something. I'm like, it is. What are you talking? Clearly it is. I have my second badge and I can already say it is. The whole honey, like, I had to research the honey tree thing. That's crazy to me. Crazy. And if I'm wrong, then you're defending Game Freak on this one, then why'd they change it in Platinum? Because I saw that. So if anybody out there is trying to defend it, why did they change it if it's such a great feature? The lack of fire types, unless you choose Chimchar, was a very poor decision by Game Freak. Right. I wrote about that too, because if you've watched my other videos, notice how many times I choose a fire type and I'll say, oh, you know, because I'm kind of conditioned that fire types are rare. By Gen 3, it kind of feels like well, specifically Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, that they had a good amount. You know, you got Slugma, you got Torkoal, kind of that stuff, right? But still, those aren't until like what? The third badge? It's pretty late. Not late, but you know, that's some time away. So I make a joke how, what's up, Termos? I make a joke how in the script I say, and I finally choose Turtwig, which was random. You know, we did it on stream, but still thinking, oh, we've gone past this, right? And sure enough, nope, you don't get anything till Ponyta. But here's the thing about Ponyta. I don't think I'm exactly crazy for saying I'd like to play with a more Gen 4 Pokemon in a Gen 4 game. So then it's like, okay, we're finally going to give you a fire type, but guess what? It's Ponyta! Okay, that's the Gen 1 Pokemon again. Yeah, Wes, so far, that's my opinion. It's like kind of... It's leaning on negative. But look, we're only 2 badges into it, you know? There's a lot of game to be played. And by the way, certainly not enough to make me like not want to play anymore, nothing like that. The thing I'm gonna have, you know, it's funny is everything comes around. I defend Gen 1 and 2 and I admit that I have nostalgia about it. I say that in the videos. But it doesn't mean that they're flawless, right? And people don't understand how I can like certain things about those games. Well, imagine all the people that love Gen 4 because that was their introduction or maybe their first games. They're going to feel the same way. They're like, well, they're going to be able to find reasoning and stuff like that, and which is totally fair. Physical pure fire type, right? Which, even though this is the generation with physical and special split is in regards to moves, Ponyta, isn't it still focused on physical? So it's like, what, Flame Wheel? I don't even know if it learns Flame Wheel. I'd have to research that. The new base gave the Platinum Markles to Silver. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see... It'll be interesting to see how this video does. And I mentioned in the very beginning of the script, I say Platinum will get its own video, so. Because I know I'm going to get a lot of people that are like, you know this was fixed in Platinum, right? It's like, yeah, but like my videos are like period pieces. We're talking about when this released. They didn't all release at the same time. And by the way, even if they did, am I not allowed to criticize Diamond and Pearl? Even if it magically Platinum released at the same time and we know that it's the better version, it's like, I'm still allowed to say the other ones aren't as good. Termos, I'm doing great, man. How's your weekend? So you aren't enjoying it so far? I've never played past Gen 3 and was curious if I should try these games. Am I enjoying it? I'm enjoying... No, I'm not... I would not say I'm not enjoying it. It's new to me. I'm just noticing the shortcomings. I would not say I'm like totally offended and like not sure if I'll be able to finish. Nothing like that. No. And it sounds like from a lot of people in the comments and in the stream, it sounds like if you'd like to play the Sinnoh games, just play Platinum. I can't recommend it myself yet because I haven't played Platinum. I think I'll have obviously you'll see my opinion in a video, or maybe if I'm streaming it, but when I finally play Platinum, I hope it's true. A lot of the things I'm complaining about I've heard are fixed in Platinum, so. Do I prefer Ruby Sapphire or Fire Leaf Green? I'm biased because, you know, I was there from the beginning, so I personally I'm gonna like Fire and Leaf Green better because it's the thing I know and love in an updated fashion. I don't dislike Ruby Sapphire and Emerald though. If I were to play Hoenn again, if I had to play Hoenn right now, I'd play Emerald because the Battle Frontier was sweet. It learns Fire Blast. But Fire Blast is special though, right? Thank you, Wes. I didn't mean to click run. Bat thumbed it. God damn. Top 3 legendary Pokemon. Mewtwo. Ho-Oh. Zekrom. What about you? Lugia, Zapdos, Mewtwo, nice. Zapdos got a cool design. Remember the map battle Ho-Oh. I have it in my Soul Silver version right now. I could trade it over to this one. Rayquaza, Jirachi, Mew. Another Ho-Oh enjoy. I love a Ho-Oh. I think Satoshi Tajiri's favorite Pokemon is Ho-Oh. I saw one time, like, they all had, you know, on their, in Japan, they've got the cards, the business cards. And everybody, apparently, all the people at Game Freak had, like, their favorite Pokemon on their business card. And Satoshi Tajiri apparently had, Ho-Oh. Lucario's sweet, by the way. This is a cool Pokemon. Mewtwo, Celebi, Darkrai. Still working on my shiny decks in Heart Gold. Up to 197 right now. I'm dreading the RNG for the Legends. Hold on. You're doing a... When you say shiny living decks, like you mean a Bulbasaur, an Ivysaur, a Venusaur? Like that? I'm biased because Silver is my favorite game in the series. I understand. I didn't realize Earthquake was super effective, my bad. Could've just done that from the start. That's 3 gems down, baby. No, we're not learning Leech Seed. It's weird that it learns it twice, because Grotle learns it, and if you don't know it by level 33, I guess it tries to teach it to you again. We'll do Assurance. I don't think I have a Dark-type move yet. Oh, I have Pursuit. If the foe has already taken some damage in the same turn, nah, I'm good. As a kid, all my friends went Lugia with the movie 2000, but I was the only kid with Pokemon Gold. Love that it was the first unidentified Pokemon in the show that we saw. Yeah, Wes. I think I was the exact same kind of kid as you. Was like... That first episode of Pokemon is very special. I remember it. Like, I remember watching it for the first time. And seeing Ho-Oh and stuff, and it was just like, And I also felt like I remembered what Ho-Oh was for longer than other kids before we saw it when Gen 2 came out. Because I would always ask, I'm like, what about that? People were so focused on Pika-Blue and Meryl and Donphan when the first movie came out. I was like, what about that Pokemon from the first episode? They're like, oh, that's probably not really a Pokemon. I'm like, I think it is. Shit. I think the first movie is pretty deeper than people kind of remember. It's like pretty dark storyline about finding purpose and stuff. But yeah, right around there was when I started weaning off Pokemon as a kid was like sometime around. I didn't finish the second season. I finished Orange Islands, and I remember the second season because I do remember watching the episode with the Chikorita that Ash gets, the baseball Chikorita. But things started to get hazy around there, and I started liking other stuff. Yeah, Surfboard. I even remember. I remember going to the first movie and the second movie. The first movie it was just me and my mom, and then the second movie we went with like my mom and another neighbor lady. They all chaperoned and took like 8 of us to go see the second one. And I remember we got in trouble because they weren't starting the movie and we were getting impatient, and me and like 3 other boys threw popcorn, which was, we should have been scolded, but my mom was like so upset with me, and I get it. I didn't initiate it. I've never behaved like that in a movie theater. It was like I saw another kid like, he's like, come on now, and I was like, yeah. Like how do I get in here? To this day, my brother makes fun of me for crying when Ash turned to stone in the first meeting. Everybody cried at that. Come on. How old is your brother? How much older is he than you? Everybody cried at that, dude. One of my buddies from work, he's much older than me. He's like 41, I'm 33. So he was kind of beyond Pokemon at his age, but he tells me a story because now he's gotten into Pokemon because of me. At work, I got him to play Yellow for the first time. It was so fun watching him discover Pokemon, and he wanted to play Yellow because I was suggesting maybe older gens because I didn't know if he'd be turned off by the graphics. So he didn't care. And he told me the story. He was in Blockbuster one time and he wanted to play Pokemon Stadium so badly, and that his brother was like making fun of him. Like he started high school at that point. Yeah, he was probably a little too old for it. I've never seen Solid JJ. What's a cute charmed glitch? Basically, if you have a certain trainer secret ID, you could make opposite gender Pokemon appear to be shiny at about 22%. What? So how do you have to, like, how do you get the correct trainer ID and secret ID? Like, could you feasibly do it on a real cartridge? Or is this like something more realistic on an emulator? Is the manip hard? About to turn Livvvid into a shiny hunter. I used to shiny hunt a lot, but I always did it legitimately, but I always, well, yes and no legitimately. The most scandalous thing I do is I have a shiny Ditto on my Gen 2 Virtual Console game, which makes the odds of getting a shiny egg like 1 in 64. Other than that, the only thing I've legitimately, like, what I was intentionally hunting for to try to get a shiny was shiny Celebi, which I called Punyon. Pink Onion. Other than that, I used to shiny hunt, but I would always do things to increase my odds, like getting the shiny charm or doing with pseudo method, something like that. Because honestly, and then the shiny Celebi Punyon, which I got in Pokemon Crystal Virtual Console, sent it up to Pokemon Home. I did it for 13,000 soft resets, and I think it took like a month and a half of like really like doing it, the whole month and a half. And I was like, it was worth it when I found it for a good solid like 30 minutes, and then I really thought back on that. I'm like, this wasn't worth it. I could have played like 8 games in that time. What was my first shiny not red Gyarados? Was a shiny Rattata in Pokemon like Gold or Silver. What about you? Yeah, Vegeta, I like his competitive battling video where he talks about how hard it would have been to do it legitimately, because like I think making like it now, it's much easier, but I'm not offended at like hacked Pokemon, because it's a very arbitrary like barrier to get really good competitive Pokemon back then. It was like, it just, people, if they didn't have the means or the time, like they couldn't play competitive Pokemon. I always thought that was like really, any barrier to entry to me, I don't really like. So I think Blissy's video, when you consider it in retrospect, like anybody who was using hacked mons, as long as they were legitimate in the sense of like in the parameters of what is allowed, I was like, I don't think that's like cheating. So it's like, what are we here for? To find out who's the best at Pokemon battling, or who has the most time and money? Mine was Odd Egg, Pichu, and Crystal. How'd you even know it was shiny? Because it's hard to see, isn't it? Shiny Pichu in Gen 2 is kind of tough to see. I had to reset my Pokemon Gale for hours to bring to tournaments. Hunting for competitive Pokemon and side games for exclusive moves could take me months and a lot of accessories. Yeah, that's absurd. Shiny Onyx in Union Cave was the first time passing through Crystal. Wow. How lucky was that? Did you catch it? Or just see it? Because little thing about that shiny Rattata I saw, I ran away from it because I didn't know what the fuck it was. I thought my game broke. We're gonna learn Fly and go to Jubilife. After I knew what shinies were, I had one in the early part of Gold before you could catch Pokemon. Oh my god, that's like the biggest nightmare ever since shinies became a thing was like, what about the inaccessible ones where like before you have Pokeballs, where it's like entirely out of your hands? I have a few that I caught. Well, you guys know about one. You know about Kintamago, which I caught in the Safari Zone. I wasn't hunting it. I don't have time to like do the videos and like shiny hunt or anything. Before Kintamago, which was full odds, the other one I caught on accident, which I don't remember if I had the shiny charm or not because the shiny charm was in black and white too. I think I might have had the shiny charm, but I wasn't hunting it. What's that like cute little Minchiao or there's a Pokemon in there, and it's like a gray with like a white scarf thing, but I ran into a shiny one. And that was pretty cool because I was hunting it, and I was like, oh my god! Wes, see, I was so confused as a kid. This is how bad it got. This is a true story, okay? I would never lie to you guys. The Rattata thing, I had already seen Red Gyarados, but I didn't put in my head that this was like a concept. And to me, these events were separate from each other. I thought Red Gyarados was like a story thing, right? It had nothing to do with like, hey, by the way, there's a thing called Shiny Pokemon. Minxiao, that's probably what I'm talking about. So when I ran away from the Rattata, what I thought happened was because... Now, follow me here. And this is a child's brain. What I thought had happened was on that same Game Boy back in the day, I used a Game Shark on my Pokemon Yellow version to give myself like a Dragonite in Pallet Town. Like stupid shit kids do, right? And I was so baffled at what the shiny Rattata was, and I'd never seen anything like that before. I thought... it's not Minxiao, it's something else. I'm saying it wrong. I said Minxiao, but it's not. It's something else in Gen 5. I'll find it. Anyway, so yeah, kid me thought that my Game Boy was hacked because I used a dirty, illegal Game Shark. Maybe it starts with a Sinchao or Shin. It's like a little cat thing in Gen 5. Oh, there it is. There it is. I don't know how to say this. It's this. I found a shiny, the first form shiny, when I was playing, I think Black or White 2. Chinchino, okay. Silly name. You stopped watching the show by this point, but Ash caught a shiny Noctowl in the show, so I figured that all Pokemon had a rare color. Ah, yeah. That you're correct. I mentioned it earlier in stream. Like I remember the first few episodes of the second season, and then I just stopped watching. So I don't think I ever knew the shiny hawk knocked owl or what it was. Pink Thunder Butterfree wasn't the shiny. It should have been, right? What you know what they should have done that I always wanted? Well, maybe more as a kid, I thought it was cool. Do you remember that tropical island they went to with like the oversized Pokemon that had like the well, yeah, they were oversized, and maybe I'm mixing the first movie with the clone Pokemon that had like the black etches in them, so you knew they were clones. I always thought that was cool, and that they should have made it an appearance. You were talking yesterday about fossils. You can get the fossils in the Gen 1 games as soon as you have Surf, so you just go to Pallet Town and surf down to Cinnabar Island. I know that. I think what I said yesterday was not until Cinnabar Island. That's where that place is. What's up, Alexander? Welcome back. Aerial Ace was my jam in Gen 3, always hit on Salamence. I agree, better reliability in damage and hit. I just mean you can get there after like 4 badges, not going through the Seafoam Islands. Oh. I hear you, but I don't think I said 8th or 7th gym. I think I said Cinnabar, which is still like, you're correct. It's not like the end of the game, but yeah. Apparently there was supposed to be the Poketch Company president waiting for me to give me something. Is this not the Poketch Company thing? Jubilife TV station. Oh, it's this one. Silly me. Yeah, I have to go south. $214. Whoa, is Hippopotamus Hippopotamus is Gen 4, right? Oh shit, I should have done Cornados as a Pursuit. I'll do that one next. I don't think I'll add Hippopotamus though, because Wish Twig is already handling the ground side of it. A Sandstorm team. So I don't, because I already did that in Emerald. Is Sandstream kind of like, does it start an automatic effect on entry or something? By the way, so in my script, I have a solution, I think, to the whole day and night cycle thing. So, because I don't think it's good. Sorry. Even in my Gen 2 videos, I talk about how, like, I don't really love that, oh, you can only catch this at night, you can only catch this a day, or on specific days, on a Friday, right? So, my solution was, like, because, like, it's not like the Pokemon goes extinct during the day, right? Like, for example, in this game, Honchkrow, or, Murkrow can't show up during the day, right? But it doesn't go extinct, right? You just figure it's a nocturnal animal, it's sleeping during the day or something, right? But you can still technically find that in the wildlife. You can find like an owl during the day. It'll just be sleeping and stuff, right? So my solution was just like, why don't you just make it like a 1% encounter during the day? Right? Because it's low odds, but they still exist somewhere in the same area. And then at night, you can have it be 20%, you know? That would be my solution. Are you capable of transferring Pokemon from GBA games to Diamond? Might be an interesting thing to bring up in your review, even if you can't capture it. Yes, we will be doing that. The only thing is, I can't capture the gameplay on that because I have a mod of 3DS XL, not a DS Lite. So, in regards, like, for example, Contamago, you'll see that on stream. You'll see me, like, have it. After we beat the game, I'll send it over. And unfortunately, I can't capture that because the DS Lite isn't modified, and I have to use a DS Lite in order to do that, unfortunately. But everything after that, I'll show all the transfer features, and I will talk about the dual pack, where like you could put a GBA game into GS or DS Lite, and you can run into unique Pokemon after you get the national decks, of course. Sandstorm starts immediately when the Pokemon enters. If it has Sandstream, gotcha. Alex, I was trying to save you by typing to you. You guys make a good point for the sand team. I mean, I already got Cornados. I've already got Torterra. Shieldon and Bastiodon are some of my favorite Pokemon of all time, by the way. Why? Because I love anything with Dawn at the end of it. Mastodon, Mastodon, Megalodon. I like, one, Mastodon's one of my favorite bands of all time. Two, I like big, like, just incredibly huge creatures in real life. Like the Megalodon, dude. Oh my god. It's hard to fathom something being that big. Like even sperm whales in our that exist today. It's hard to fathom how big they are. Sand doesn't have the boost in this gen, but it's still a decent chip damage. Don't know how you're gonna fill out the rest of your team. Hold on. You're saying Sandstorm and other generations boosted what, ground moves? I didn't know that. By the way, I think that's a good balancing trade-off because it's not like Rain Dance or Sunlight damages the opponent, so I feel like that's a fair trade-off that it boosts, or that it does chip damage, but it may not boost anymore. Have I considered it? Not really. I gotta be sold on it. Somebody... Is it true? Isn't that like an online only game? Or mostly online game? It now boosts your special defense by 50% if it's rock type. That's crazy. Jeez. Just a guy, I'd say everything's on the table, even if it doesn't immediately strike me right now. Eventually, I'm going to run out of main series Pokemon games. I'm going to have to find other content ideas in the Pokemon lane. My hope is that by the time that happens, I've branched out into other franchises too, like Zelda and all these other games I want to play. You sunk 1,500 hours into Pokemon Battle Revolution? Holy shit. Yeah, I see you were also saying how much you did for Gale of Darkness. So, like, do you still play competitive Pokemon? And Icy, do you think it'd make for a good video? From my understanding, selling points are the announcer and the 3D models have tons of character. Ooh, okay. Because battling on Pearl and Diamond was so slow. It's like Stadium but with online, okay. I do it casually, but I'm not as invested into it now. Also, I got a job, having more responsibility, so I can't take as much time I would need to actually compete. Okay, I got you. Makes sense. Wait, what'd you say? To protect the lake, it's nice to know there are still people worth admiring like that. I believe his name is Cyrus. Okay. Hey, are these the people from Gen 3? Ah, you do some battles. Okay. Ah, the old Pokemon director. Is it the same battle announcer from Stadium? I forget his name, but I give him a shout out in my Stadium video. It's also crazy seeing TMs like almost in the hundreds now. It's like the highest TM in my head before Gen 4 is like, you know, TM 33. And it's like, here's TM 82. What? Is there a Pokemon Center around here? It's not the stadium announcer, gotcha. But he's good nonetheless. Where is the Pokemon Center? The security guard at the desk kills you? Cool. Yeah, Alex. And we only got one per game. You kids get unlimited. All right, I see. Have fun. When you taught a Pokemon HM, yeah, when you taught a Pokemon HM, it stayed forever. You kids don't understand. You had to use valuable move slots. Yeah, I start the... I'll talk about HMs for sure. Here's my lunch. It's an Uncrustable. That's cool, Wes. That's confirmed, right? If I put that in the script, that's correct. So every day there'll be new trainers. What's it called? Like Lake Valor, or Valor Lakefront, or something. Valor Lakefront Hotel. And I don't know if it was the type of trainer I just fought, but because she looked like stylistically like wealthy. They gave me like 4,000 for beating her. So I don't know if like they're doing that thing too, like where there's ace trainers who have like really good Pokemon, and there's the rich trainers. Because in Fire and Leaf Green, there's a trainer you can keep battling with the VS Seeker in the Sevi Islands. It's like some girl. But she's like really wealthy. She gives you so much money every time you beat her. Yeah, it was definitely good. So they just gave me $2,000. This woman right here, she gave me, or this couple gave me $4,000. Almost $4,000. This couple looked wealthy. It's a random 5. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Moneybags Mick Richardson. Yeah. Somebody was somebody didn't like the menus for. Somebody said they didn't like the menus for Diamond Pro. I like them. I'm not even using the touch features, and I like them. Well, is it really an exploit? Because yes, you do use the amulet coin, and it's just, well, hey, I mean, it's just, you're not doing anything other than using a held item that is obtained legitimately and rebattling a trainer who was put there legitimately, you know what I mean? Oh, they just gave me 7 grand. Jeez. Don't hit the player of the game, yeah. What? I'm using the item you gave me and I'm battling the trainer you put there. The menus are outdated because it's more of a GBA menu. Heartghost Silver is a lot more touchpad friendly, and I think from there, all the menus follow that pattern. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I just don't mind it. Like, it doesn't really bug me or anything. But like you said, it's probably, you know, they were on a new console and lots of new things going on, you know. Why is Lopunny so you know what? Why? I see, Wes. Okay. Socialite Rebecca. What's up, Dark? The South Park episode explains the Easter bunnies pretty well. Jeez, 8,000. Is this actually the same duo from Gen 3, or are they named something different? Look the same but different. They have the same role though. Gotcha. A trainer class, yeah. That's pretty cool. Just get some good XP. All right, where do we go now? We're at 213. You know, I haven't really reviewed, like, stats in a while, so... Okay. It's crazy how much the distance between its attack and speed has gone, because I remember when I first got it, I feel like its attack was high, but I felt like it was closer to its speed, but now, like, its attack is, like, super distant from it. Because in my mind, I think Butt is a speedster, but he's kind of not really. Speaking of Yudi, what's up?
Pretty quiet Easter, yeah. Same here. Just hanging out with you guys. Everybody in my family's busy. Well, I mean, I was invited to stuff, but it would have required traveling and stuff, and I was like, meh. I like that sprite. It could either be he's scared of something or he's like about to pick up a french fry, but I liked it. Yay! Contest scarves? So there's a great marsh we can go to. What town are we in, by the way? Pastoria City. That guy gives you scarves that boost contest points if the mon has good contest stats. Okay. I'm just looking at the Pokemon available in the marsh. Yeah, not really interested in anything here. Again, lots of, you know, Gen 1, Gen 2 Pokemon. Yanma is only in Platinum. I guess, I mean, let's just do it for, you know, content. Actually try it, you know? Oh god. Oh, I like that sprite a lot. Wow. Are you supposed to walk? Am I falling in because I'm running? It lives in the mud. How can it be mad I'm throwing mud at it? It's like someone throwing oxygen at me. Mud gets deep in some points, then you have to wiggle out. You know you're out when you pop up. Kind of annoying, not gonna lie. I don't mind it too much. It's not too bad. What I was reading was making me upset. It's saying something like, there's a special Pokemon that like shows up every day out of this list, but sometimes it could be the same Pokemon that are already available, and I'm like, it's what's crazy about this game is it feels like a gacha game. Sometimes with like, oh, you can't get this Pokemon unless you do all this stuff. It's like, what? But instead of money, it's like your time. Oh, I think this is one of the special ones for the day. Is Carnivine Gen 4? Great Marsh is an inferior Safari Zone. Yeah. What I do appreciate is that the Great Marsh is like it's basically a Safari Zone, but it's a different design. Like it's a different take on it. I like that. Carnivine is Gen 4. Do we like Carnivine? Stats do not look great. Lots of weaknesses. It's slow. It's slow, it's not bulky, it's an attacker. Oh, I already have a Torterra. What am I doing? Never mind, we're not using Carnivine. Really? I didn't know that, Wes. I think we're good here. I get the idea. How do I leave? So hold on, there's no more step counter anymore? That's cool. Specifically the GM mode. Are those N64? Which one? Which era? Because aren't there a bazillion SmackDown and Raw games? Yeah, Wes, that's the trade-off. No step counter. PS2, 06 or 07 games are the best ones. You know, I've never played a wrestling game in my life, but I'm not entirely opposed to it. But GM mode, I like GM mode things in anything sports related or entertainment related. I like that kind of stuff. What's up, Eon? Whenever you stream Livvvid, YouTube puts you on top, so the algorithm loves you, I guess. Really? That's cool. Well, I'm a cool guy, right? Oh, Crasher Wake. That sounds like a water type gym leader. You're in trouble. N64, WWF No Mercy, best wrestling game, gameplay wise. Okay. Isn't there one that's extraordinarily bad on N64 too? Like legendarily bad? I'm a Livvvid guy. Crusher Wake's also ironically a wrestler. GM mode is fun. GM mode is fun because you can go up at your own pace and figure out how it works properly. I find it addicting. Okay, I like stuff like that. I've wanted sports games to be like that for a long time, but EA, which owns like everything in sports, abandoned it, you know, for microtransactions and what do they call it? Like the card game thing, like getting cards, which is like, it's so annoying because I also like card game things, but they monetized it, and I'm like, God damn it. Okay, surfboard. Well, yeah, you got me interested. So as a GM, like, are you running Ultimate Team? Yes. God, I hate Ultimate Team. Ruined every game. I mean, EA was already not doing great before Ultimate Team. I remember like late 2000s, they were already like not really pushing the envelope on stuff. You know, they're kind of getting lazy. The 2K games for football were doing much better. Well, when I say doing much better, I mean making much better games. Like, obviously they lost the war there, but... Yeah, I've desperately wanted a good American football simulator game. Same with soccer. You pick a brand, either SmackDown or Raw, and run the weekly show by booking matches, picking the match types, and have to deal with your roster that you draft yourself, keeping them happy. Oh, okay, that all sounds really cool. That's like, I get to be a manager and I get to draft like wrestlers. That seems pretty sweet. And then, do you like get to watch the matches and stuff, or? NFL Street 2 is sick. Did you guys like, did you ever play like Blitz the League? Blitz the League is sweet. You can simulate the matches or play them yourself. Who do you play as when you do them? You could just pick a random wrestler that you're managing, or does like you as a GM have, is it like Vince McMahon, like I can go wrestle? FIFA Street 2 was also sick. Was Street 2 FIFA the one with Ronaldo? Or sorry, not Ronaldo, Ronaldinho? As a kid, I loved like tricks, so Ronaldinho was so cool. I don't know if it was Barcelona's like statistically best time ever, but when Messi and Ronaldinho were on one fucking team, oh my god, they're so disgusting. Another era was when, again, I'm not like a soccer expert, but like I remember when Messi, Suarez, and who else was all on the same team? What's his name? Neymar, Suarez, and Messi, top three. Ronaldinho was on the cover of the first one. Cristiano was on the cover of the second one. Gotcha. You can play as anyone as long as you have them on yourself and book them for the match. You can play one match on the card and submit the rest if you want. Okay. MSN, Messi, Suarez, Neymar. Yeah, that was such... That was the most video game feeling soccer's ever been in my life. It was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, how can they all be on the same team? But as always, I like to be a little rebel, so I liked Real Madrid. Because everybody in my part of the States seemed to have liked Barcelona. And then for Premier League, everybody liked Manchester United growing up, so I chose Chelsea. I was always like picking the opposite. As opposed to store brand Madrid. Okay, that didn't really do anything, huh? BBC. Bale, Benzema, listen, I loved Bale. I remember that season with the Spurs, dude. Oh my god. Watching when he would do free kicks, I'd lose my mind, man. Yeah, that season he had with the Spurs was just yeah, I was really excited when he went to Madrid, but then it was kind of like when, again, this is like with teams I like. It was like when Torres went to Chelsea. It was like, oh, we're going to get the Liverpool Torres. No. But both of them in both of those teams had like one extraordinarily incredible goal that like saved a season or won a championship. But they only ever did it once. That was special, yeah. But I don't know. Would he have always been that like brittle? Was it being in Spain? Like what? How did he? I don't know. Madrid three-peated the championship league with the rest of them. But yeah, but wasn't he, like, correct me if I'm wrong, you certainly know more than I do. Wasn't he injured, like, a lot, though? Which, I'm not really faulting him. You can't really... It's not like he chose to be injured. I'm just... We're gonna absolutely like mop up the floor with this gym leader. But just in case, I'm gonna save scum. FIFA 11, FIFA 14 got me through dark times in my life. That's why I'm excited to play Gen 5. They got me through a dark time. There was one FIFA I played on my PSP back in the day, and I used to do this thing where, so, okay, I'm from Washington State. It rains a lot here. It's like if London was an entire state as far as the rain went. Sorry, Western Washington, not all of Washington, just Western Washington. And I had FIFA on a PSP, and it was the first time the Seattle Sounders, which was a new expansion team for the MLS, was in the league, and they were in this FIFA that I was playing. So I got to play as like my local team for the first time on a FIFA game. That was so cool. And I would go into my mom's minivan, and I would turn. I'm surprised the battery never died, but I would turn on, not turn on the car, but like would start using the battery, and I'd hook up the PSP to the aux cord, and would play games with like a whole sound system. It was so fucking awesome. It's a good memory. And I remember for PSP days, I remember being like, wow, these graphics are great. This looks awesome. Back. Depends on how you treat your body. Like Bale and Ronaldo had similar physique, but Ronaldo treats his body like a temple. Hazard also fell apart when he went to Madrid. He ultimately retired at 32. God, what? I'm going down memory lane now. I loved Hazard when he was at Chelsea. Oh, whew. This just shows you how casual I am now. Who did Chelsea have that went on to be like the best player in the world with Man City? He was Holland? Erling Haaland? That's not good. Alright, we're gonna do the old Stunky strategy. They already used Intimidate on me, lowering my attack, so gonna do Stunky Poison. If I can live, oh my god. That's not good. And I think Brian does more damage the less health I have, so that... Anyway, Ibrahimovic, I like him too. I just watched a Hot Ones with him. Like, it's an old Hot Ones. Kevin De Bruyne, yes, yes. I liked how Ibrahimovic had the whole joke. There's the whole meme about him. It's almost like the Chuck Norris memes. But didn't he have like a 40-yard goal on England? What was it? It was like... Oh my god! 30 yards, okay. Oh my god. Wow. Get out of here, Gyarados. Tim Howard, who is sounds American. Yeah, the goalie. What did he just end to end fucking launch it? I can't believe it's been 12 years either. It feels like 4 years ago. Now we're about to have a World Cup in North America. But I just have no... I have no enthusiasm, because America as a team, I just don't know that we're ever going to be good. Very windy, yeah, probably carried it. That's right, he played for Everton. That's about the only thing Americans have consistently been good at is goalkeeper. We've had a lot in Europe over the years. Pulisic is legit, I agree, but he's about it, you know? It's crazy that, like, I feel like our golden age for American soccer was, there was like a knockout stage, what, 2012 or something like that? Like 12 or 14, I forget what the years were, but we got to the knockout stage, which is like, it's funny in retrospect because, you know, the rest of the world will laugh at our soccer skills, but like, you know, I always make the joke is like, how many of you, for as bad as we supposedly are, I mean, we got to a knockout. There's a lot of countries who would make fun of us that didn't go, so it's like, well, I mean, are we that bad? We're bad, like, compared to our population, you know what I mean? We're pretty awful. But so is, like, China and India. Like, it's not like their teams are any good. Yes, West, the only thing is, I went to a hockey game the other night, and my local hockey team's thing is to use cowbells. And my girlfriend, it was the first time she went to my local hockey team's game, and she did not like the cowbell thing. She's like, what is the thing with the cowbell? I'm like, it's just our thing. And she still didn't get it. I'm like, you know how like there was that World Cup with the Vuvuzelas? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, it's like that. She's like, oh. Literally, if any NBA player dedicated themselves to soccer, we would win every World Cup. Oh, you just mean on like physicality? Well, I mean, I think we have plenty of people. Like we have. I know, okay, and I'm one of them. We have a lot of overweight Americans, but we also have a lot of very fit Americans because we play a lot of sports. I think we have a talent pool to be good at soccer. It's just not that big here. So that talent is being used in other places. It's being used in American football. It's being used in baseball and NBA, wrestling, MMA. You know, it's low on like our priorities. I know it was, Wes, that's why I said it. Yeah, we do. We really do. If you're not from the States, you don't get it. It's like, yes, we do have a lot of fat Americans. I'm calling myself out. I'm not like obese, but I'm overweight. And there's a lot of us. Looking around that hockey game, I'm like, we do have a lot of big people. But also, look, our gyms are packed no matter where you live. No matter where you live, gyms in America are packed. And there's tons of athletes and just people in shape everywhere. It's like we do have a talent pool and people who just like to be in shape. And it's just that I think soccer, and it's also here, it's a little bit, I'm sure soccer in other countries is seen as like masculine and manly. It's like, we have the stigma here where it's like American football is masculine and manly, basketball is masculine and manly, baseball, you know, soccer was almost like, it's like the safe sport where, you know, the soccer mom doesn't want her kid to get hurt in football. It's kind of got that stigma. Yeah, we have 350 million, almost 360 million. It's, yeah, you're right. And that's another thing too, is like, even in my smaller town, we have several soccer fields. It's like, we have the capacity too. We're a big ass country. They make soccer fields everywhere, but it's just getting people to actually play. You know, it's funny. The only reason why I played in high school, because I never touched a soccer ball in my life, and the only sport I ever played in high school was soccer. And it was because one time I went to, I was in 8th grade, the year before high school, and I was hanging out with these girls, you know, trying to talk to them. And I remember they were like, it was the most lustrous I had ever seen girls in my life. But we were in the stands, and they were watching the boys' soccer team play, and I was in the stands with them hanging out. And they were just gushing over how good the boys looked in the uniforms. And I said right then and there, I'm like, I need to play soccer because I need girls in the stands saying that stuff about me. It was like a pivotal moment in my life. And then by accident, I started to like it, and I took it seriously after like 2 years of being in it, you know, freshman and sophomore year. It's like junior year, I spent all of the summer going into junior year. Like, I figured out I actually like soccer. And every single day I was like bouncing balls off the wall to get better with ball control. I was doing corner kicks. I was like doing sprints and stuff. And I made varsity, you know, and not like, oh, he's getting older, let's just put him on varsity and make him feel good. Like, I actually made varsity, and just made me wish I would have started playing even younger than that, you know. Maybe I could have actually been good. American good. The MLS needs to start developing them and not leaving it to grassroots. Yeah, but we also got to compete with the fact that any of our good players also... Like, the MLS can't catch up to what the rest of the world is doing. So we get Pulisic, right? He has to go to Europe to be with the best of the best, which is great on a national level, but like on a local level, it's like, imagine if we could have kept him, because now we're kind of known for, like, we even have special rules for older players that were famous overseas. We're allowed to pay them much more and stuff. Wes, because I don't know if you know, but like I believe the MSL, I might be wrong, but the MLS has like salary caps, which is very popular in America because salary caps make it so everything is even, right? Some people see it as like, oh, you're just trying to pay the players less. It's like, no matter what sport you're playing, it's like you're probably making plenty to live. Like, you're fine. Depending on your sport, you might get more than a different league or whatever, but our athletes are paid ridiculously well. And salary caps are great for a fan because it's like, it removes all the stigma of, oh, such and such team is rich, they could just buy their team. So I believe the MLS has a salary cap. Well, it's like, so we get Pulisic. Why wouldn't he go and play in Europe? You know, he doesn't. There's no legal thing keeping him in America. He go play Europe. And then when a player, after they've already done these incredible things, like, you know, Beckham and Ibrahimovic, there's a million more, Rooney, then they come for their retirement years to play in America, where it's like, you know, it's a little embarrassing, not for them but for us, because it's like they come here and it's almost like they're mopping up our teams, and they're supposed to be in their like final years, you know. I don't know what the remedy is either. I always try to come up with a solution if I'm going to complain about something, but I don't know what the remedy is. What it might be. It might be soccer has to become big enough in America to where teams in America are willing to pay exorbitant amounts, and then we're going to start getting like European players and African players. Then I think it gets a little like, we start driving in great players, we're doing better, and like the tournaments get bigger, there's money in it, and then parents start to think, oh, let's put them in soccer, not football. And apparently, like, NBA popularity in the States is declining. So, I mean, I don't know if that's just, like, cyclical in nature. Like, every 5 to 10 years, it goes up and down. But, I don't think anything will ever top American football. But, in America, that is. But I think, like, the number 2 and 3 spot is up for grabs. It's just so boring, yeah. You know, I will admit, I'm kind of interested in watching the playoffs. When do the playoffs starts? Like, they started like 2 days ago.
I haven't watched a basketball game, sat down and watched it myself, I don't think ever, but I'm a little bit interested in this year's playoffs. A lot of the game ones start today in like an hour. I'm kind of interested, you know? Or other teams are doing their game too. I think it started 2 days ago. But like, for example, like I'm interested in what's going on in the Lakers. Because I want to know if that like LeBron-Luka combination is going to get it done. Yeah, everybody says the Lakers are going to win. From the outside looking in, I think the MLS clubs need to develop good enough players that can go be successful in Europe like a dozen at a time, not like 1 or 2 every 5 to 6 years. I agree. That's my perception right now is like, you know, somebody names Pulisic, and you're right, he's great, but it's like, okay, there's one. It's rigged. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't put past the NBA. And if you didn't believe it before, I mean, when they did the whole in-tournament thing and they basically like gave it to LeBron on a platter, what that signaled to me was like their most popular player needs to have his ego stroked, and they have to do some ridiculous tournament thing so that he can finally win a champion, so they could put that at the head of a tweet or give him a banner. It's ridiculous. And the whole thing with his son, like, I get so gosh, the nepotism is outrageous. Atlanta United had a great young American player last year, but now he's gone to Premier League. I'd like to see us get better, man. Like, I want to be excited for the World Cup because it's in, you know, largely it's in the States, but we're sharing it in Mexico and Canada, but it's hard to get excited. We're probably, and then, oh my God, what about, how embarrassing is it? Didn't we not even qualify, but because they changed the rules to like, if you're a host country, you're just automatically in. That's basically our only saving grace, right? Or else we wouldn't be in. I might be thinking of like a World Cup ago though. MMA is getting really big in terms of non-team sports. Good. I'm a huge MMA fan. I will admit I have not watched the UFC regularly in several years though. But like from 2005 to like 2018, I non-stop watched every single event, including like the smaller events. And I watched Strikeforce and Pride and WEC. I still love MMA, but I think we're in a... I don't think... There was like a golden age of MMA, and we're out of it, in my opinion. I only watch MMA in college football. Can you make a case for current MMA? Like, who are the big guys that are exciting to watch and are fun? And I don't watch college football because my team would be would be UW, the Huskies. And what's so annoying is like, when I was in the military, I was stationed in the South, which is like some of the best teams in college football. And University of Washington, a couple of times, have made it to either the national championship or the playoff. And my dad and everybody up here will be like, oh, we're going to beat so-and-so. We're going to beat Bama. I'm like, no, the fuck we're not. What are you talking about? Like, the only reason why we're here is because we made it look like we were good because we played a bunch of other teams on the West Coast. No, we're good. I'm like... We're not even in the same... You know what? So Wes can understand. It would be an MLS team playing a Premier League team. I'm like, we're not even in the same universe as these teams. So it's hard for me to get into college football because I feel like my team, despite going to the national championship or the college playoff, is not that good. And NIL... Here's the thing, my theory on NIL, by the way. I actually think the traditionally academic schools are going to become some of the best football programs. Why? Because they're typically the richest schools. So I think we're going to see like the nerd schools become football powerhouses because they're going to be able to just pay everybody. The MLS bringing in players in the twilight years could be great because there's probably 100 of kids in Miami right now all wanting to be like Messi. If that can get kids and parents into it. I agree. My thought on that wasn't complete. There's definitely benefits to it. I agree with you.
like you said, there's probably tons of kids in Florida who are like, oh my God, Messi. I've always heard about this guy. Now I get to see him, or he's playing for my, even if they don't get to see him on play, like the parents can't take him to a game. Just knowing that like he's on their team is huge. Like when we got, Seattle's version of that is when we got, Dempsey, who is American. Dempsey was just so far and beyond better because he played, you know, for the Spurs. He was just so beyond better than most of the teams we played against that it was like watching him was like a kind of like an event. UFC just had an event in Seattle earlier this year. It was great. Who was the headliner? I really feel I should have gone to it. You know why? Because the last time they had an event in Seattle was like Anthony Johnson. And that was so huge. Like Seattle, like the whole state was so excited to get a UFC. And I remember regretting that I didn't go to it, and I could have gone to it. I forgot who he fought, but it was like, it was Anthony Johnson was a headliner. And it wasn't even, I don't even think it was a pay-per-view. It was like a fight night. Henry Cejudo and Song Yadong. Who won that fight? I don't think I'm a hater of Henry Cejudo, but I do agree he's extremely cringe. I'm not going to badmouth any American Olympian, but he's very cringe. Song Yadong one? Okay. Is he Korean? The reason why I ask is because, like, unless it's an American I like, I will root for other countries that are not known for MMA. I will root for them because I want their country to like get into MMA. So like I loved Korean Zombie. He's Chinese, okay. I wanted Korean Zombie to win the title so bad because I wanted it to be popular in Korea. Triple C cringe, but kudos to his accomplishment. Yes, it's like I respect him, but also you're extremely cringe. How about my local boy, Demetrius Johnson, Seattle native? His story is so sad because he was so clearly dominant and incredible, but he wasn't a loudmouth like Connor, you know what I mean? It was hard to market him. He even had Xbox as a sponsor, which is huge. And local. Like, everything was so localized with him, I loved it. Dan Hardy's who Rumble Johnson fought. Rumble won that fight, right? Like, he whooped his ass. Mighty Mouse was awesome. UFC politics didn't get him fame. I don't think what do you mean politics? Because Dana's position... Okay. Do you mean like the UFC, they wouldn't put him at like the top of a pay-per-view? Dricus Duplessis has this country in a chokehold. Like they're hyped up for him. Does anybody have a favorite fighter? It could be from any era. Mine, but when I first started watching UFC, I mean, what got me into it was The Ultimate Fighter, that first season. And it even got the rest of my family into it because I was like telling them what was happening. And I remember me and my aunt watched the live Ultimate Fighter event, which was the classic Stephan Bonner Forrest Griffin fight. Oh my god, it was so awesome watching that. But I was hooked after that. And sorry, my favorite fighter from that season was actually Stephan Bonner, and then my favorite fighter in general was Chuck Liddell, man. And his whole rivalry with Tito was so awesome. I love seeing Tito get his ass beat. I fucking hate Tito. Tito's a god, I hate him. The Seattle card was the Korean Zombie, did the first Twister submission. Oh my god, I missed that when he on something Garcia, right? They could have promoted him, never built him up, and then traded him for the used course. Listen, I gave respect to our Olympian. I always thought Ben Askren was a lay and pray, do nothing. Like, kind of remind me of John Fitch. Just like, yeah, okay, you took a guy down. You're not finishing fights. You're not doing anything. I loved Uriah Hall, his spinning back kick when he killed that guy in tough was crazy. He's got Pope staying up all night if he's on the fight card because the UFC event starts at like 3 a.m. and can go till 8 a.m. Wow. Max Holloway is must-see TV. Alex Pereira had a really good run recently. John Jones is getting to fight Tom Aspinall one of these days, and watching fights that lead up to it is a good way to enjoy MMA. Fair enough. John Jones was the one who took my spot as a... Sorry, John Jones took the spot of my favorite fighter after Chuck Liddell. I was so confident in John Jones and such an early fan. I remember his fight with Stephan Bonner, and I was like, I've never seen somebody so dominant like that. Not that Stephan Bonner was like a world beater or whatever, but like still he's a professional fighter. And it was like watching what John did to him, where he like, I remember at one point he had Stephan in this weird hold where like, it was almost like a guillotine, except not around his neck, it was around his waist. And he just like lifted Stephan up and just like flung him in the air. And I was like, what was that? what was that? And I made my Skype account JBJ Champ 2011, and I made that account in like 2009 or 2010 because I was like, he's gonna be the champ soon. And I remember arguing, there was a forum called Sherdog. It might still be around, I don't know, but there was a forum called Sherdog. I used to argue with people. I'm like, you know, John Jones is gonna win the championship, right? They're like, he's not gonna win. Shogun is so good. Blah blah blah. I'm like, not even close, dude. And I just remember wishing I had money to bet, because I would have bet my life. I would have bet everything I had that John was going to beat Shogun, and he did. He whooped his ass. I still chat in the Sherdog forums? Yeah. I haven't done it, bro. Probably around that time. Because I remember when I was right, I was like, I told you guys. And they were just still like, he's gonna lose a rematch. I'm like, baby, there ain't gonna be no rematch. I'm like, you don't get one after that. Leonard Garcia, yeah. I liked Leonard Garcia, but yes, he did that get twisted on. Mirko Krokop, dude. Mirko Krokop Pride was... I still think I have nightmares about that. My favorite old fighters are Carlos Condit and Benson Henderson. My favorite newer fighters are Justin Gaethje and Max Holloway. Derek Lewis, yeah. My balls is hot. I like Carlos Condit. Oh, how about, here's a deep cut. Since you like Ben Henderson, do you remember Miguel Torres? I loved Miguel Torres. I like Max Holloway. I will admit I was a little bit of a, not late, but I was an early fan of Alpha Male, so I liked Uriah Faber and stuff like that. And I didn't like Aldo, because Aldo, what he did to Uriah Faber was horrible. It was amazing now in retrospect, but it was horrible. But then I became, during the whole drama with Alpha Male and TJ Dillashaw, I was on TJ's side. I'm like, it sounds like Uriah was being very, very... you can't train with him. And like, they kicked him out of the gym. I'm like, what do you want him to do? And also, he started winning when he worked with the... I forget the coach's name. Dilla Snake in the grass. Okay, that call out from Connor was incredible. Listen, I will say in more recent times, the TJ Dillashaw and what's his name? You know who I'm talking about. The protege to Uriah. That is the most hyped and like combustible I've felt like watching a rivalry in such a long time. Like, they marketed that so good, and the marketing was easy on their part because TJ and Alpha Male legitimately hated each other. Cody Garbrandt, TJ Dillashaw, both of the fight lead-ups was like, because Cody was just so aggressive and like, oh my god, he has like a darkness about him, man. Just like every time he got close to TJ, it was like he was literally putting his hands on him or close. Like when he grabbed him on Tough by the neck, I was like, oh my god. TJ was kind of a dick. He entered and retired teammates in practice. Yeah, see, I didn't know that at the time. If I'd known that, I probably wouldn't have defended him. But and there's nothing worse than like, because I used to, in late high school, I used to do jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai, and I always thought I had a good gauge on like what was training and what was like let's kick the shit out of each other. I always thought the guy who like clearly we know we're training, the guy who's like trying to be tough and like kick your ass, was like, there's a weakness about that where it's like, hold on, you're either too stupid to know what we're doing, which is like, you should be made fun of because you're too stupid, or there's, you know, that we're supposed to be going easy on each other and you're taking advantage of that to like feel good about yourself. There's something dirty about when you know you're supposed to be like lightly training and somebody's like trying to take advantage of it. Oh, and then, I mean, come on, and then TJ got caught. You're maybe not gonna like what I say, but I appreciate when you're caught in sports and you just admit it. And TJ just admitted it. He's like, yeah, I was doing it. Because then we don't have to, like, you know, I said I like John Jones. I happen to like, I guess, assholes and cheaters, okay? John never admitted it, despite being caught 3 fucking times. Picogram. TJ just admitted it, you know, and I also respect, I'm gonna say it, I also respect Lance Armstrong for doing the same thing. He just admitted it. There's something that, like, is refreshing about, okay, we can get past the whole, like, you're still denying it thing, you know what I mean? I don't really defend Jones, but I defend Lance in that, like, because he basically burned the world down as he got caught too. Is overhated. Well, that's what I was getting to, was because, now, did he probably do it for selfish reasons? Like, fine, if you guys are going to burn my legacy, I'm going to burn the sport. We did learn that basically the entire sport was cheating. Everybody was cheating. Like, the most lowly guy was cheating, you know? So I guess there's something to be said about that, whereas John Jones, like, they were doing drug tests on everybody, and John Jones was, like, the only guy, I'm saying, when it came to John fighting another fighter, John was the only one consistently getting caught. It's not like his opponents were getting caught one after another, you know? Steroids, man. Yeah, I'm not going down alone, right? And it sucks because, you know, Lance made cycling super popular in America, which we were never really known for that, and which is more known as a European thing. And he was just so dominant, right? And I think Lance's argument is like, since we're all on steroids, like, do I get a little bit of credit? Because if we're all on steroids, like, I just did the best. It's like, everybody's on steroids. There's just some really dumb people who get caught. Yeah, Lance was the fall guy for sure. Have you heard about Jones hiding under the ring to avoid a drug test? Yep. Heard about that? Yep. Which is like, I think he admits to that, or maybe he doesn't admit. I don't know if he admits to that. But I think one of his like coaches admitted to it. He's like, yeah, that happened. And then, of course, Dana went out of his way, because when that was going on with John, it was like just before Conor. Like, Conor, I think, was in the UFC winning fights, but it was before Conor became Conor. So, like, I think Dana was just, like, vigorously holding on to John, because he's like, who do we have if not John Jones right now? Because even, like, GSP and Anderson Silva were, I think, there, but, like, kind of going, you know, they're about to be on their way out of the sport. I'm still so upset we never got GSP Anderson Silva. Especially when, you know, GSP went up to middleweight. It's like, you couldn't have done that to fight Silva? Because GSP and Anderson, like, beat their divisions, like, twice. It was very clear there's no one better. Like, let's just have this fight. Or, like, catch weight. So they meet each other in the middle. Just something crazy like that. And Dana's like, well, if one of them loses, it's going to be weird if it's not for a title. Like, and then later on, Dana would do fights like that, where, like, so-and-so would lose a fight. Like, didn't that happen with, Israel Adesanya, he like lost at like heavyweight. He got to keep his middleweight title. I'm fine with that. I think you should be able to keep your title. But at the time, Dana was like, "Oh, how could we possibly do something like that?" I'm like, "It's easy. You're not at the weight. You can do it." Yeah, surfboard, but Dana does that for like everybody, because John, like him or not, still pulls in numbers. Dana's gonna do that for anybody who pulls in numbers. Like, how many times has Dana claimed so and so is the pound for pound best fighter? Like, I think he just, every time a new pay-per-view's up, Dana has to say what he has to say. So to me, it's like white noise, like, mm-hmm. Khabib and Tony, no, tell me what the curse is. Oh, another time I was infinitely confident that somebody would win. It's only happened like this a couple times in my life, but I was infinitely confident Khabib would beat Conor. And I remember I went to a watch party with my cousin and all of his rich friends, because my cousin's rich, and they're all like just sitting there. Conor's gonna win this fight. I'm like, oh, you guys just have no clue. What do you mean? I'm like, Khabib is going to kill Conor. Like, oh, you just don't get it. I watched him knock out some bum 3 years ago. Like, okay. Off topic, but you can sleep in one of the beds in the mansion to heal up. Thank you. No, I'm glad you said that. We're gonna have to find out which one. Maybe the one with the Pokeball. Oh, a suit though, nice. Which is actually pretty useful in this game, because there's a lot of Pokemon that evolve from friendship, I believe. What is this place called? Pokemon Mansion. Thank you, Wes. Ooh, you can get a Pichu and Pikachu at the garden. Khabib and Tony were considered the best in lightweight, and they were scheduled to fight like 4 times, but they had to cancel the fight each time. Injuries, COVID. Okay. Come on. We know who would have won that fight. I thought Conor might be able to beat Mayweather, but then he gassed out. Yeah, I remember that night because, well, 1, it was a pretty big event, but 2, I was living in Spain at the time. This is when I was in the Navy, and we did a fantasy football draft, and then we watched the fight, which came on pretty late for us in Spain. But I agree. I remember that fight very clearly, and I was kind of like, wait, Conor can win this fight. And then I think he won the first 2 rounds out of the 3, and then he just gassed out, which is a consistent problem with Conor to this day, is like he just will not get in shape on like a cardio basis. Because he gassed out against Khabib. He almost lost to, what was it, Chad Mendes? It was either Chad Mendes or the other alpha male guy. But had Chad Mendes or whoever fought him, you know who I'm referencing, because he had to fight last second, even though there was an alpha male guy. It's like, again, I guess cardio wasn't their thing, but had he gone into that fight with a full camp, it's like, I'm pretty sure he would have beat Conor. Wes, that's a good point. We need to get that footage, you know what I mean? Dude, Khabib ducked Tony, look it up. He was scared because Tony was on a warpath. You know what I'll give you is Tony at that time was very scary. Like, I have to be honest though, I don't think Tony in the last kind of twilight years of his career was that scary at all. But I mean, who is, right? That's fair, just a guy. I miss the WEC days, man. I remember that last WEC card with, like, you know, Anthony Pettis and Henderson. And do you guys think that the cage kick was real? Because I think it's real, but it's just, it's so awkward how Ben like puts his awkwardly like puts his heel or the bottom of his foot on the cage before it happens, almost like he was like signaling to him. But I still don't, I think it was real. I hear you, Charlie. Yeah, fair enough. Wes, is it specifically a Pikachu? Or can I do a Pichu? Has to be a Pikachu? God damn it. Alright, thanks. Alright, you get to live, Pichu. Wes, if I shout you out in the video, do you just want to be Wes? No, Charlie, I'm trying to catch a Pikachu so I can capture the footage of doing the Amity, whatever it's called, the park, where you get to walk around with your Pokemon. Because they discriminate against the Pokemon I have. It says Pikachu's at 10%. Any time of the day. Level 18. Actually, I can lead with Stunky. And just try to poison one of them. Get a stat condition on it. How do you stream this through the DS? Charlie, if you look next to where my camera is, that's what I'm doing. It's a modded 3DS that has capture capabilities and a GameCube controller dongle installed, so I can use my GameCube. Well, sorry, I can use my GameCube controller. And I'm looking at the DS right now. I could show you, but I I'd have to like unplug it, which would mean it would disconnect it from what you're seeing right now, and just believe me. Look at the picture. I'm cool with Wes. Appreciate the shout out, but I'm just here for love of the game. Okay. Hey. Is this the first generation with gender differences? Because the tail stands out to me. That's a female tail, right? It is cool. I think it's a really cool new thing. Good move. Hey, isn't this the same town with the Pikachu or the park? Ah, I got you. Spooky plate. Oh, this is cute. No, it's not my first plate. I think I got one in the underground, if I remember correctly. And they're for Arceus, right? Changes the type of Arceus. That's so weird. I already got kind of used to Pikachu being there. So as soon as it went back in my party, it was like, because I got flashbacks of like Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I'm like, where's my Pokemon? It's so weird how that happens. It's funny how like how escalated the legendaries get. It's like first they're like regionally legendary, you know, which kind of makes sense because they're based, you know, like Ho-Oh and Lugia are based off certain legendary things, the Japanese culture. It's like very localized, right? But then they, you know, by like Gen 3, it's like the god of the earth or the god of the sea. And then by Generation 4, it's like they can't go much further because they made the god of time, space, and like what's Arceus, like life? It's like, where do you go beyond that? Wes, where do I go next? Is that one city with the blackout no longer blacked out? Ash will achieve Nirvana in the new season. Oh, the galactic guy near the Marshka. Okay.
All right, let's crit perennial. Oh, now they use Ember. This whole time I was like, oh wow, it didn't kill me. Can you imagine this poor Starly having to lift us up and fly us places? Ponyta's bad special attack saved us, yeah. I think I might use Ponyta as my example of like why the special and physical split is so good. Because even though it like, or maybe is there a better example? Because Ponyta is just so apparent, where it's like it always had like high physical, but low special, which meant like the fire side of it was like useless. But now that it can learn, you know, I know it doesn't learn it naturally, but now in theory it could learn like Flame Wheel or what, Flame Blitz. You better not follow me. How do you remember that, Wes? Oh my god. Wow, I'm very impressed. Yeah, you know what? That's such a good idea. That's a callback. That's a reward for people who watch all of it. You watched it 2 weeks ago. Okay, fair enough. So, in theory, like Hitmonchan learning Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, and Fire Punch, those moves are now physical based, right? Like those specific moves. That was such a good idea, Wes. That's awesome. It's a callback, and it's a great example of like a Pokemon that like pretty much was useless as far as like the cool attacks it can learn, and now it's like it's all relevant suddenly.
Infernip is Blaziken's cool cousin. I infinitely like Infernip better. I don't know if it's because I like monkeys. Or apes. Or both. I didn't know that, Wes. I always thought Super Saiyan 3 Goku looked so cool, but it was very short-lived. I think this is like the third time fighting Barry. Ah, Super Saiyan 4, okay. Because I was about to be like 3, I'm pretty sure he just got long hair. Wes, did you like GT? Hold on, are we going all the way back up to this town? Okay, there we go. I was like, how long am I doing this for? Well, Slash is gonna do like nothing now. So I guess we're gonna poison stall. Not all that much. Like Super Saiyan 4, but hated that they made Goku a kid again. The villains were sick too, like the Super 17 and the Shadow Dragons, but the story lacked. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. Same criticisms as you. Some cool designs in there. Baby was all right, but like a design wise, but story was just like lame. I also just I have this. I think it was all set up to have Gohan take the mantle, and I'm so mad that they didn't go with that. Because I like the idea of like the reluctant hero, and you know, we had a lot of Goku, and Goku always saving the day. It would have been nice to have somebody else take the mantle and win in different kind of ways, have different kind of motivations. You know, Goku just loved the fight, you know. And then I think it would have given more room. You could still have a main character, but it gives more room for fighters like Piccolo and Trunks. Goten. Vegeta. Yeah. As far as I know, apparently officially it was supposed to be like that. Like the creator himself was like, I guess, I hope I'm not bullshitting, but apparently he like made that statement. He's like, oh yeah, we set it up for Gohan to take it, but then I got scared and I wanted to keep Goku. And I was like, damn, bro, that sucks. Because I think that would have been a really, really, really interesting way to do it. And you could have done a whole thing where, like, you could still have Goku doing, like, spirit world stuff, you know? I guess it just cheapens the product of him dying in the Cell Saga, which is the second time he died, which is, like, it's already kind of wild you brought him back one time. That's my bias. I'm really against, I don't like bringing back characters when they die, because it's, like, I feel like it cheapens, like, the next time, or it cheapens whatever sacrifice they made, and it lowers the stakes for anything after, because it's like, oh, well, we could just wish him back. Who cares? Death doesn't really mean death. No one's ever really gone. Because the whole Z story was Gohan being exposed to this world, him fumbling against the Saiyans, him briefly going against Frieza, him taking the mantle against Cell. Right, exactly. And the thing was, in all those moments you mentioned, there was a Flash that, despite not wanting to fight, being reluctant to fight, that when Gohan was pushed, he kicked all sorts of ass. You know what I mean? And it was like, it was hinting that something great is there. It's like, it almost was like Goku's the way he is because he has the drive and motivation to keep training and getting better, right? That makes sense. But it's like almost like Gohan has even more untapped, raw, clay-like potential that he just never wants to mold. And almost there's an implication that maybe Gohan would have even been stronger than Goku had he had Goku's drive. It's like that the whole thing is interesting. Goku's a martial artist. He fights for the fun of it. Super kind of shows you that a lot. Yeah. Because he was working 17 hours days and like Goku not that deep. I prefer Cell Arc to Boo, but it's apples and oranges at the end of the day. Yeah, Wes. It kind of reminds me of what happened with like Game of Thrones. Spoilers. Spoilers for Game of Thrones for the next couple seconds. When they bring back Jon Snow, only to have him not kill the Night King, like, okay, what? Why? But they were set up to have this like rivalry with each other. And Arya has no association to the Night King. The Starbucks cup. The less said about the final season, the better, yeah. Well, I wonder, man, like, so George wanted there to be like 7 more seasons. And we know D&D just muscled through it because they wanted to make those stupid Star Wars movies that they never even got. But I wonder how much of those story beats is what George intended. And maybe we would have liked them better if they were set up better, which we didn't get to see them set up better. Or if that really was the ending that he intended, and that's maybe why he's scared to finish the book, because he now realizes, like, oh, they're not going to like what I had planned. I will say my contrarian opinion is, like, I don't really hate that Bran became king. I'm not really against that. Mad Queen, like, maybe I would have liked it better, but it felt so whiplashy and abrupt because there was just no setup. But maybe my wife watched it a year ago and understood the butthurt I remembered on Facebook. For me, it kind of ends at season 5. People talk about the final season. I think the season before that even started to show, like, it's very rushed. They're literally, like, teleporting up and down the continent. It's like, I started to feel it there. I was like, you know, that wasn't a very good season. I'm not even, like, there's people that swear by the House of the Dragon stuff, and I'm like, I'm almost able to break that show down on such a funny level where I'm like, okay, we had this big battle on episode 5, so that means that we're not going to have an exciting final episode because they used all the budget on this one. It was like, yep, turned out to be true. It's like, I know that HBO has a budget, and if you do some big battle, I've heard them talk about, like, the CG that goes in these battles, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, so you're basically, what you're telling me is, like, the final episode is not going to be that exciting. Yeah, Wes, some of that I can forgive because, like, I understand it's a TV show. Like, it's kind of like when they didn't do, you know, in Lord of the Rings movies, they didn't do, what was it, Tom Bombadil? Like, I get that stuff. And I think House of the Dragon also suffers from, like, what I liked least about the final season was, like, how fast everything moves. But now it's, like, to a crazy degree. It's like every, you know, in the first season, House of the Dragon was like every episode is like 2 years later or something. Which kind of sucks because, like, I remember the, what was that guy's name? The crab pirate or whatever. I thought he was, like, really cool design-wise, and I liked his whole, like, backstory of being, like, a poor fisherman, and he's doing this rebellion and just messing up all the Imperial stuff. It was like, it's kind of a cool setup, and then, yeah, he's kind of dealt with after an episode or two. Never started House of the Dragon. Still got a sour taste in my mouth, forgot. To be honest, I don't think you need to watch House of the Dragon. I do not think it's as reprehensible as the final season of Game of Thrones, but I still think it has flaws. And it's based off a book that George wrote that's, like, it's basically like a history book, but it's kind of in pieces of, like, in the year this and this happened, and then, like, 3 pages later, in the year this and this happened. It's like, it's hard to make a show out of that. What the fuck is this? What's up, computer? Tron Legacy is the best Disney movie. Is it good? I never watched it. I never seen the original Tron either.
fog is a new weather mechanic. Oh, so outside Flash, you mean? I'll be impressed. Oh, okay. That's hard to say for a Disney movie. Do you guys like Blade Runner? Because I like Blade Runner, but I like the sequel. I actually happen to like the sequel. Best Disney animated was Atlantis. I used to play that. Wait, no, not Atlantis. What was the Disney movie where they're in pirate ships in space? Dude, there was this game on PC for that game. Or for that movie. It was so good. I have the 2049 OST in my car. I can see in fact, I might do that after stream. I might add it to my playlist. 2049 was better than the original by a wide margin. I don't know about that, but I did like 2049 a lot. I like Cyberpunk 2077. It's probably the best game I've played since Red Dead 2. Well, had a little bit of a rush. Yeah, Treasure Planet. Yes, dude. Cyberpunk 2077. Hold on, Surfboard. Have you felt like that way since release, or do you feel like that now? I haven't played it since release because I was so upset by it. Here's the crazy thing about that Treasure Planet game on PC I was talking about. I didn't even own the game. They had a demo version, and I played the shit out of this demo version like nonstop. You only played it recently on PC. Okay, so what you're saying is it might be good now. So maybe I should give it another shot. But I don't have enough time anymore to play games without doing a video on it. So basically, any game I'm playing, you're watching me play whatever game I'm playing. Or if you're in the Discord and you know what I'm currently playing, that's what I'm playing. I've made my hobby work, but not in a bad way so far. I'm not burned out. I'm having fun. But it's all on an assembly line. Ooh, they said it's the final release or the final update. And does that mean no more DLC or anything? Before we go down the road of CD Projekt Red, let's not talk about The Witcher 3 because I have not beat it. So therefore, no talking about Witcher 3 or what's going to happen in The Witcher 4 or speculating on it. Because I like The Witcher 3 a lot, but I have not beat it. Because Gwent always gets in the way. I love Gwent so much. If you know anything about me, you know I love card games. Witcher 4 is not released. Won't be for a while. Ooh, I'm excited for Oblivion to be re-released. Because I've never beat Oblivion. I've only got to level 10. Why only level 10? Because when I finally played it, after level 10, with the weird way that level scaling works, it infuriated me so much I stopped playing. But I liked it enough that I was like, if the level scaling wasn't this bad, I know I would like this game. So I'm actually excited for the remaster. Is Pokemon TCG worth playing? Fool, you know I have a video on that. Oh, my bad, Charlie. Do you mean the actual TCG, or do you mean the Game Boy Color one? I don't play the actual TCG. And the only thing I've ever collected is old school cards.
Like when I have money again, because you know I'm on a tight budget doing this YouTube thing. But we're on the rise. Everybody, don't doubt me. We're on the rise. Eventually, if I collect cards again, it'll be in my own way, and just like I don't care about graded anything or nothing like that. I just want to collect sets I like, and I want to basically collect from like base set to probably like Heart Gold, Soul Silver, maybe a Gen 5 era stuff. Oh, TCG Pocket. So after the 2.0 update, okay, so maybe I play... I mean, I have a really great new PC that I built, so... I built this great PC, mostly because I wanted a powerful system for editing. And I have not played, like, a demanding game yet. What the fuck is causing this? Is it the fog? Is the fog doing this? The fog drops out. This is the dumbest thing you could have possibly done. Not only do you... Listen to me, 2006 Game Freak. Not only did you add another HM, which was already getting ridiculous, you made this HM or something tied to it or a weather effect that it obscures me when I'm playing the game, and then it lowers the accuracy when I'm in game. What were they thinking? Ridiculous. 2006 Game Freak, you should be ashamed. Go back to town and get defog. Hey, how about this? Go back in time and how about remove fog in general? How about that? How about that, Wes? How about we go back in time and threaten physical harm upon whoever thought this was a good idea? Wes, I wish I could time you out. You wanted to watch that happen, didn't you? If I knew how to time you out without actually like banning you or something more permanent, I'd do it. Because on Twitch I used to ban, or I used to time people out for like 30 seconds if they disagreed with me on like Star Wars. I've been this way, you know, yeah. Make you a mod, you'll do it. Yeah, you're forgiven. Where's defog? Tell me. Oh, the tower thing? Great. You have to give me the authentic experience, no backseat gaming. Fair enough. You little rascals. You have to buy the official strategy guide. That used to be an industry. Then the internet came and ruined it all. I remember when they stopped printing like guidebooks and games, man. That, oh, I was so mad. Like the first time you open like, what was it, like a PS4 game, and it's just like a little piece of paper, like advertising another one of their games. You're just like, God damn you! We used to be a culture. Manuals disappearing, sad, yeah. I get like it's been so many years since we had them. Like I remember that, like, you know, if they show like Mother or Earthbound rather on, you know, for sale on eBay, and it shows the manual, I'm like, oh my God, we had manuals, like, and they used to be beautiful, man. They were like designed. Rock Thunder does hit hard, yeah. According to Google, you don't even have to get it here. You don't even get it here. It's at the Great Marsh. They changed in Platinum. So I'm in the wrong place. Well, I don't want this special base, no. They wanted to make this place worthwhile in Platinum. It's weird how there's like, this is a like section tower, and it's got like grass on the floors. Hated the concept of HMs, yeah. I think it starts to boil over for me in Gen 3 with like, which one did they add in Gen 3? One of them starts to really, it wasn't Waterfall. Oh, was it Dive? Which I don't even hate the concept of going underwater, it's just having to use an HM to do it. And then yes, but now I am officially like losing my mind at HMs. It's pissing me off very badly. Yes, that's the one thing they did right, was removing HMs, but it feels like it took so long, right? It didn't need to go to till Gen 7, because I think Gen 7 is when they start like taking them out. Like, even if they wanted to keep him, they should have done a thing where, like, every Pokemon has a non-battle move. Or how about this? Like, instead of... almost like there's an item in your bag where, like, Pokemon utilize equipment to do something, or something like that. Are there HMs in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl? I got you, Wes. Okay, that makes sense. At least they didn't bring that back. I'm like, that's taking a remake too far. Yeah, I love the small indie dev company meme. I'll never stop using it. After what I saw with Dexit and like the fanboys coming out and being like, but it's so hard to animate all those things. Like, oh yeah, Yokai has no problem doing it. But yeah, small indie dev company, the largest revenue grossing IP in the world, bigger than Disney. You're right. They can't be bothered with innovation, animations. Oh, it has nothing to do with us selling you back Pokemon via DLC. It's all to do with these animations. The one that we're going to copy all the way from X and Y era, by the way. Okay, where's Defog? Upscaled models from the X and Y and OS era. Yeah, I remember when like Game Freak couldn't stop taking L's because they kept just getting caught lying. Like, well, yeah, sorry we couldn't add all these new Pokemon because we were just like too busy adding animations and stuff like that. Which is like, well, yeah, it turns out you didn't. Turns out you're blatantly lying. One of my favorite ones was watching new Pokemon who are supposedly supposed to have new animations in Sword and Shield. Like, I'm just talking about Gen 8 Pokemon, right? And then like I had that fire starter thing, and I think it learned, it wasn't the signature move, but I taught it like something kick. And all it did was they just like rotated the sprite twice and made it hop. Like not a real bunny hop. It was like, and like that was a move. I'm like, oh yeah, thank God you focused on a consolidated Pokedex so you guys could like make a bunch of animations. Thank God you did that and you cut so many Pokemon so you could focus on how much quality we're gonna get with this small sample size. The green-haired dude right at the entrance. God damn it. Please tell me one of my HM Pokemons can learn Defog and I don't have to have a third HM Pokemon. Okay. they can get you back into it with champions. I'm still confused on what champions is. So it's like, because they were showing different eras of Pokemon, like they showed mega evolutions and stuff. So like, I'm curious on like how they're gonna structure it. The fog rant in the video is gonna hit different. Yep, you can already tell I'm typing it, huh? I'm trying to stay focused on streaming for you guys, so I'm trying to get better at just like typing something little, because I will remember if I type like 2 words, fog sucks. I'll be like, you know, I get off stream like, ah! It's gonna be interesting because, you know, I think I gush about the first 3 generations. I think I've been fairly critical here and there, right? But so far, Diamond and Pearl, I'm probably gonna be pretty critical. I'm not gonna be critical of Heart Gold Soul Silver. I'll tell you that right now. I'm gonna be very positive. Platinum, it sounds like they fix all the issues, so we'll see when I play it. Gen 5 I love, from what I remember. And remember, I have to replay these, so if I say statements like, I loved it back then, what I'm saying is like, I'm gonna have to replay it, so who knows if I still like it. But X and Y, I didn't dislike them that much. Because I know some people dislike them. But I don't remember disliking them, so we'll see. By Gen 7, I feel like people who, if they think I'm a fanboy or something, they're gonna be harshly corrected. So that 2025 is the year Lorelei might actually get her own card in TCG. Only been 24 years or something. Wow. What, isn't there like a new rocket set or something? That's getting me tempted to buy some new TCG. Oh, the last battle sim was Battle Revolution? I didn't know that. Well, aren't we? But that's because like the games have gotten so much better with presentation, right? Like they're not as good as, you know, maybe Revolution. I haven't played, I don't know, in Stadium. Not as good, but like the idea of 3D Pokemon battling. So maybe they thought it was redundant. Only singles. Got you. Got you. But is Champions gonna have like different metas, or not metas? Yeah, metas. Like, because remember they showed like a mega evolution. So are they gonna have like the Gen 6 and 7 meta or something? I don't know. Hell yeah. Oh, is it critical? Okay, I was hoping that would just be a, like, how hard UD hits by now, but... No one really knows I have high hopes, okay. Well, that's your first mistake. We'll see. Damn it. I was hoping he'd live. What's Showdown? The only problem I see with that, Wes, is like, what if people don't like that and they don't want to play for a whole month or something? Oh, but that's unofficial, right? Is sure unofficial or official? But yeah, sure. I've seen a lot of Showdown videos. I'm highly suspicious. There's one channel that gets like millions of views for their Showdown videos. But I'm like 99% sure they're scripted. It's unofficial, yeah, okay. Event-based, yeah. That'd be a good idea. And then maybe on the popularity of certain events, they just keep it around if people like it enough or something. They can make it seasonal, like eggnog. Wes, do you get eggnog in, do you even know what that is? Is that a thing outside of America, eggnog? I like the thought, Wes. Or having different cues for each generation or metagame. The generation thing would be sweet, dude. See, that's what... Okay, if they made Champions, right? And then they integrated it with Home. And then... Stick with me. They did Virtual Console for, like, every generation. Imagine playing Gen 1 competitive, officially. I think that's so good when you don't have a moron complaining about how it tastes in your ear. I agree. Thank you. I drink eggnog straight. I don't give a damn. I'll drink eggnog straight. I'll drink it as a milkshake. I'll drink it as a coffee. And yes, it's very annoying to be like, I don't like it constantly. It's like the pineapple on pizza thing that people constantly bring up. Like, I don't like pineapple on pizza, but like, whenever you get pizza, people are like, oh, do you think it belongs on pizza? It's like, it's a very boring talking point. So is, I don't like eggnog. I get it. But I do. I know eggnog, never had it. Fairly sure they don't sell it commercially here, yeah. Well, just know this, Wes, take it from me. Eggnog is great. And it's only seasonal. So Icy Vegeta, do you like BDSP then? Because isn't that online competitive basically just, it's like a time capsule to Gen 4? Way too sweet for you? You're right, it is way too sweet. Way too, like, cool. Way too cool for you. Wait, do you remember a couple streams ago when I asked, like, hey, don't all the starters in this generation, aren't they all like, never mind, I just answered my own question. I just brain farted there for a second. I was like, what does Torterra have over Infernape? And for some reason I kept thinking of its fighting typing, not its fire typing, so I was like, Earthquake is good against what? Apart against Infernape. And then as I started asking, I was like, oh, ground is good against fire. Perennial, welcome back, dude. Perennial, we're gonna need your Pokemon to evolve here soon, because it's getting outpaced pretty quick. I don't hate it, I just wish it was a remake including many needed features of Platinum, not this current experience you're playing now. Yeah. I think it's Southern Hospitality Eggnog, that's good. That's so good. Is it like alcohol with it or something? For the first time in a long time, I'm gonna be home for like all of winter. This next winter, so I'm gonna get eggnog the whole time. Level 34, okay. I guess we'll wait. I will say, I know I've been pretty negative today about the game. Man, the music slams though, dude. Zera's great. I usually choose grass starters even though it isn't optional. Oh, optimal, sorry. Yeah, I try to not do that. I think when you're our age, I'm assuming we're all late 20s, early 30s. Correct me if I'm wrong, sorry. When you're our, like, we can figure it out at this point. You can just choose whatever you want and you'll be fine. And I remember my Gen 1 video, I make the defense that, like, it doesn't matter if you choose, you know, they say Charmander's the worst one for a run in the game. I'm like, yeah, that's assuming you don't catch anything. Like, yes, if you just try to solo with one Pokemon, Charmander will probably be more difficult. But it's like, I've never played like that. Like, I think it's fun to, like, build a team. So I never get into the, like, well, this one isn't optimal and this and that. Like, it's gonna be good at some point. It's gonna be bad at points too. Don't worry, even the people that love this game or region have the same red flags you have. Okay, so I will admit, I'm glad you said that, because I will admit, I'm kind of like nervous. What if I have a video where predominantly it's going to be negative, you know? I do like some things about this game, but so far, it sounds like I'm having the same issues that people have talked about for years that I'm just now experiencing. I will say a wild Chansey is pretty cool. Like, outside of a Safari Zone. Somebody showed me a video of the HP bar going down slowly, but I haven't experienced it yet. I think we need to be higher level. $714 HP Blissey, Wi-Fi battles. It's weird that, like, do you think that just that specific scenario was just not play tested? Because surely if they were, like, aware that that was a thing, they wouldn't have, they would have probably rethought the idea of slow HP bar. I will concede that sometimes even in, like, Gen 1, that would happen, where, like, an HP bar would go down slowly at the level you were at. But it did add a little bit of, like, Is it enough? Is it enough to one-hit KO it or finish it off? And then when it was so, like, enthralling. Heh. I tricked you. I love the region, but Diamond Pearl needs a ton of work for it to be a good region. I will say I think I actually like the region. I like the mountainous terrain. I like the marsh. I think the marsh, like, aesthetic wise, I like the marsh. Maybe design wise, I don't love it, but I like the aesthetic. I like a different take on the Safari Zone rather than just being like a caged, grassy area, you know? Oh, cool. So nobody gets the XP then? You fuck! You get a critical, perennial dies. I'm just trying to train these other two up. Okay, so Yidibuk got the XP. Good, good. At least somebody got it. God damn. I'm very spicy today. I'm in a good mood. I'll say when it went downhill for me. When I realized what fog was. The different biomes. Yes, I appreciate the different biomes. Because, like, look, we're in, like, a rocky, cavernous area. Almost like a canyon, you know? I like that. Then we were in a marsh. And I've seen, like, a floral town. Like... The defogation broke... Yes. Fog and defog... It sent me over the edge. Okay, I'm being Silent Hill. I actually like that in Silent Hill. Because that, you know, I know you're joking, but, like, I like talking about Silent Hill, even though I'm a very casual fan. Only played the first one and the second one once. Haven't even played the remakes. The fog in those games is cool. That was my fault. This was my fault. I can't be mad at that. I didn't set him up for success. Speaking of Silent Hill, I'd like to play the second one's remake. I'd like to play Resident Evil remakes. There's a lot of things I'd like to do. Is it okay to... Can I be vulnerable with you guys for a second? I'm not worried too much about, like, making money anymore, because, like, I see a path to, like, making more and more ad revenue and stuff, and, like, making sure that I can do this for a long time. The last remaining thing I'm worried about is, I really hope that I can expand into other games and still get people to watch. Because right now it's like Pokemon is driving growth and views and stuff, which is great, because I'm having fun. I'm gonna run out of games eventually, you know what I mean? So I'm trying not to rush through generations anymore. I'm trying to, like... Okay, we're in Gen 4 now, but I'm going to do some non-Pokemon while we're in Gen 4 too, right? It's like the last thing that I'm worried about. Celeste Town. So, what was it called? Celestic Town? Thanks for the great ball. They say this town has been here since Sinnoh was made. What do you mean since Sinnoh was made? The underground video did not do as well as a Pokemon video, but it did much better than the low bar that I had for it, and it did better than the Mercenaries video. Because I think it's the underground video is at like 20. I mean, we could look. I think it's at like 2,500 views. But I got a good amount of subs from it, which is cool. So it got 2,500 views, which for me, I'm happy with that, actually. 22 subs, great. To be honest, that's the thing. It's like, okay, there's give and take of doing Pokemon content, right? You're gonna grow quickly in that respect because Pokemon is huge. But when you do anything else, it's almost like starting a new channel or building up a base of something else. So that's how I have to be mentally okay with investing time into other franchises. And by the way, Need for Speed Underground 2 is like a beloved game, but I'm not like a big like racing channel or something like that. If I play more Nintendo games that I already want to play anyway, I want to play Majora's Mask. I want to play more Zelda. I'd like to get into Mario and Donkey Kong games too. I think that'll be a better palette for people who already like my stuff, because I think there's a lot of adjacent interest in those things. And then Star Wars, I think too, is a pretty big franchise that there's going to be adjacent people interested in Star Wars that like Pokemon. Need for Speed is definitely more niche as far as like the kind of content I've already been making. And I gotta say, I'm still happy with how that video did. I'm playing Donkey Kong Country on GBA emulator, and it's pissing me off. I'm very nostalgic for the first one. The sound is insignificant. There's nothing of value here. It doesn't need to exist. So I'll blow it up with a galactic bomb? Okay, Team Galactic is the most insane villain group we've had. Like, Magma and Aqua, they didn't... It's almost implied that they didn't realize what they were doing would be so catastrophic. You can give them that. Galactic is insane. These people are insane. And by the way, they're hiding in plain sight. They own property. They're posting everywhere. They're like, we're gonna kill you. We want your Pokemon, and no one's doing anything about it. It takes a 10-year-old from what little town are we from? Where are we from? We're from Twin Leaf Town. It takes a 10-year-old from Twin Leaf Town. There's a population 4. 0 to 100 real quick, yeah. Yeah, we want your Pokemon. We're gonna set a bomb off. They ate Pokemon? Hold on. It's not confirmed they ate the Slowpoke tails. It's confirmed they were selling them. So what other sick bastards were buying them? I don't know, but they were selling the Slowpoke tails. And by the way, hold on. At least the Slowpoke survived. They just didn't have their tails, did they? They're talking about blowing up a region. And you have to be insane to rock a bulk. Oh, okay. Team Flare. Which game was that? X and Y, okay. Was that their stated goal, was to blow up the region? Oh, you are magnificent! Aren't you quite the trader? As the elder of how do you say this? Celestic? Celestic Town, I give you my thanks. Oh, the old charm. May I see that, dear? What's that? You say Cynthia entrusted with it to deliver English's heart? Team Plasma in Black and White 2 was pretty unhinged, though. That's Cynthia. She's my granddaughter. Livvvid handed over the old charm to the elder. This old charm is something made in Celestic Town long, long ago. It was made in honor of a mythical deity said to have created Sinnoh. These old charms are still discovered now and again. That's kind of cool. It's almost like, you know how they find... I might have this wrong. Please help me. Somebody look this up for me. Help me. Find me some help. Don't we find moon rocks either on... We find moon rocks on the Earth or Earth rocks on the moon where we can prove that we were either at 1.1 celestial body or the moon crashed into us and we have a mixing of geological traces. That's kind of what this reminded me of. Or fine, like we'll remove the moon from the equation. It's kind of like how we can find geographic indicators that like lava plume from a continent away landed. Or how about no, how about this? Africa and South America. Don't we have like geological like fossils and stuff to prove? That's what I mean. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm saying this is cool. Imagine they recreate Star Wars and Han puts Luke in a cut open Snorlax to stay warm. That's how you say Celestic Town? Okay. Yeah, Pangea and shit. We get it. We understand. The old charm comes full circle after playing Legends Arceus. I just realized that now. Don't spoil. I've played Legends Arceus, but again, because I hadn't played these games, I knew that like Hisui is pre-Sinnoh Hokkaido. Like because I kind of get the history with Japan in the island of Hokkaido and how it was almost like a frontier place because it was inhabited by what the Ainu. And that Japan had come late into the picture, right? So I kind of like that Legends Arceus or Arceus or whatever the hell we're calling it is like, it's almost of that time where they're settling the region. It's kind of cool. But I don't know what the relation with the Old Charm is. Is there any mention of the pre-Japanese population or any like correlation to them in Legends Arceus? No major story plot. It's just people wear charms that look like old charm. And okay. There's correlation in Full Metal Alchemist, but is there in Legends Arceus specifically? Is there any? Because I don't remember. I genuinely, this is not a gotcha. Like, I do have something to say if the answer is no. Oh, that's cool. The Pokemon here is like it's like a mom and pop. Can I be honest? I don't really care for the music in this game. I mean, yeah, you can always be honest, dude. If you, I like fun little disagreeing and I really hope, I know I can be like loud and stuff like that, but yes, you can always disagree with me. And speak your mind. I think it's fun. I genuinely think it's fun. And I'm not going to think like that we're not cool or something if you disagree. Right? Like, I think it was Perennial that I disagreed with like Star Wars with about the other day. Perennial, still like you, buddy. But I think I'm right about the prequels. Like, the only time I'll ever get shitty is if I feel like you're making like a personal attack to me. I'm never gonna be a punching bag. I'll always defend myself. Like, if I feel like you're being shitty to me, I'm gonna be shitty to you. And I know that's, you know, there's like, I can be an asshole for sure. There's people much nicer than me, and they'll ignore things. They'll be like, whatever, this person's like being a dick. I'm gonna ignore it. Not me. I'll tell you. Yeah, we're having a good discussion. Yeah, anyway. So yes, Charlie, you can always, if you think my opinion about Pokemon, because I almost like it. I almost like, I like streaming just because this is social and it's fun, and I hope you guys get something out of it. But hey, guess what? You guys are helping me with the script, because I get to think about these things and it gets my mind going. And maybe if I feel really passionate about something, I can write that down, and maybe you give me a different perspective on something or correct me. I'm like, oh, thank you, because I didn't realize that's how this worked, you know? I just like the other game's music more. This music isn't terrible. It's just not that great. I hear you. Thought this was a Celebi reference with the shrine in the middle of the city when I was a kid. I could see that. They almost look identical. It's an ancient legend of Sinnoh that is still told in Celestic Town. Oh yes, I found something useful. I was pressing A through this. What did she say? Dang it. It belonged to my granddaughter, but she doesn't use it anymore. HM3. Oh, she doesn't use it anymore? Whatever do you mean? Because I use HMs all the time traveling through this region, but maybe it's implied that she has Fly now, and she's been to all the areas, so she doesn't have to traverse using Surf anymore. I don't know. I'm just being salty because the HMs in this game. I really probably should have paid attention to this conversation. The mysterious design cover a whole section in the wall. There are 3 strange things forming a triangle. In the middle of them, a shining sphere. Okay. What is this all about? I thought you were going to tell me, game. Oh. There appears to have been an insignificant struggle here. Everyone should step back and view things from a bigger perspective. Yes, a bigger perspective, one that is on a universal scale. Okay, fair enough. My name is Cyrus. I seek the power to create a new world, a world without strife. However, the power seems to be unavailable here. We've met before, yes? It was at Cornet. If you discover any power derived from the legends of Sinnoh, inform me. Why would I do that? For the power is what I need to create my new world. He seeks the power to create a new world. Yeah. Yeah. I seek the power to create a new world without strife, and I'm gonna fight the whole time. It's almost like, does the do the ends justify the means? Is there another word for strife? Is there a synonym for strife? Something that almost sounds like strife? Because I almost want to change it into a verb. Because I want to make, basically I want to piggyback off the joke that Eon made and say, like, he believes in such lack of strife that he's willing to struggle against us. No, isn't a synonym... It means a word that means the same thing, but is a different word. Grief? No. There's conflict, friction. I want another S word. I was gonna say struggle. No, that you don't know. You're surfboard. You're thinking of a rhyme. I'm gonna use struggle, schism, or schism. Squabble, scrap. Ooh. Okay, good. Let's poke at that. He seeks such little strife that he squabbles. Struggles, squabbles. Strife. I'm gonna say squabbles because it's funny too. I'm not trying to get political, but it's almost like when I see people who, like billionaires and millionaires who talk about, you know, like socialist stuff, but they have all this wealth. It's like, I think they have the perspective of like, oh yeah, but I need all this money to like pursue my goals and accomplish it. I'm sorry, I don't want to get into politics, but it reminds me of that. Ooh, Instigate's a good one. I've maybe tied a hoodie around my waist. I could count on one hand how many times I've done it, and I always feel pathetic when I do it. Sometimes, like, you'll wear it because you think it's gonna be cold, and you're not near your car, and then it's hot. And then, like, what's worse, tying it around your waist or tying it around your neck? Because neck, you're an asshole. Eon, I have the same. Here's how the ideal Livvvid life, or the Livvvid career goes. We start from humble beginnings with friends such as you. We just keep growing, baby. I start making money doing this. Really good money, right? I keep doing my stock thing. We all get rich because I'm dropping knowledge. Make 7 figures. Get about 3 million in dividend stock to pay me about 3 million to pay me about 100,000 a year just in dividends. Nobody can touch me. Sit on the internet and rant about Pokemon and Star Wars for the rest of my life. Die happy. Visit Japan too, yes. I used to do it a lot with my school jersey. School, then high school. I used to do the neck one to look posh. Were you a cool kid, Wes? Were you a prep? Where do I go now? Hearth Home Gym. You're gonna hate me. I thought the Yuuzhan Vong stuff was fucking lame. But Thrawn Trilogy, Timothy Zahn. Now we're talking.
Yes, Charlie. I can almost guarantee I'll play those games for videos. Hey, Eon. Disney told you what they were going to do. Was it Last Jedi with Kylo Ren saying burn the past? Kill it if you have to. Disney, I think like Rian Johnson, Disney were like, they're being literal. I think that was a direct, they were looking at fans and telling you, shut up, and you're gonna like the new stuff. Stop talking about the old stuff. Oh no, Eon, I don't agree with them. I'm just saying, like, I think they didn't want fans like you anymore. Now I think now that it's hitting the wallet, they have different opinion on that. But I think at the time they're like, yeah, screw you. We don't want you anyway. You better like the new stuff or get out. Oh, the schools have uniforms like the UK. I think you can be president, what, 41? How old to be a US president? I think it's 41. A natural born citizen, 35. Wow, 35. I think there's Disney adults that are that age. How? What about a senator? Just 30? Wow. The only thing from stopping you, that's the only thing? We would never see a president under 40, you think so? You could be 25. It says, this is just Google. From Senate.gov, the Constitution sets 3 qualifications for service in the U.S. Senate. Age, at least 30 years of age, U.S. citizenship, at least 9 years, and residency in the state a senator represents at time of election. I agree with all that. You know, I don't even... I'm iffy about the whole being born in America to be U.S. president thing. Because I think you could have, you know, I think oftentimes there's immigrants to this country that are like far more like stoked about America than people in America. And they want to see it succeed even more than American. So that's kind of a weird one to me. But I also do understand it's like how do you ever truly know that they're for us and not for whatever country they came from? But I'm glad there's not like a born in the U.S. citizenship for anything else. But I don't know. Maybe that high of a station, the executive, maybe that's just too risky to ever even like dance with the idea that they can be foreign born. I don't know. I'm just a guy who plays Pokemon. I'd like to know more about you, Jessica. Where were you born? And how old are you? And how is the process to become a citizen? In fact, the only trainer with a drift loon in the whole game is in the gym, so if you pick the correct doors and go straight to the leader... The Valley of Windworks on Friday, okay. I'm 30, born in Mexico, but I've been in Chicago since I was a baby. It's a really long money training process with lawyers. Well, congratulations on getting it. Never going to forgive California Office of Immigration for turning away a famous cosplayer. If the shoe was on the other foot, I wouldn't like it if an American became president of Mexico. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You remember when those Beyonce NDS commercials? I don't know. What? Can you find a link? So I think I don't think everybody will ever agree on everything, but I agree that there should be, like, you should come into the country legally. Like, there should be a process, but I also think they should make, like, the gaining citizenship process easier. And, like, this is my thought on it, right? Because, you know, we get a lot of people coming in from Mexico, right? I don't think it's political to say that the vast majority are peaceful, hardworking people. That's been my life experience. We have, in Washington State, we have tons of Mexican immigrants. And the ones I did growing up were illegal. Never broke any laws, worked hard, did jobs that a lot of Americans wouldn't do. Paid their taxes, right? So that's my biggest thing, is like, because I think that a lot of naturally born Americans would fail like American citizenship test. So I don't think that's like a good indicator of like what makes you American. I think it's like we should have green cards where you can live indefinitely until you break a law, and that you can't bring your whole family, and then like half the family needs social services or social care or something like that, because that would be a drain on taxpayers. Because I think that should be priority, right? But that you could come in, you know, if you're a small nuclear family or just yourself, or like, you know, your wife, your kids or something like that, right? And then for 5 years, if none of you break the law, and then that you're contributing to tax revenue in society, right? I think that's probably like, you get it, you know, like you get like, you know, that should be enough. And then, so you're already being established in America, rather than like having to dance with this like thing of, should I stay or should I go? Or what if they send me out, you know? Because then it's like the people worried about taxes and stuff like that, they are contributing. You know what I mean? And then after 5 years, maybe they don't want to stay. Maybe they want to go. Maybe they want to keep the citizenship of whatever country they came from. I also thought about an exchange program where, like, if if you claim to hate it here or like hate the country, it's like I think we should exchange with literally anybody from all the world who wants to come here. We should exchange it with the people who supposedly hate it here. I'll take that deal. I still think we're a nation of immigrants. In fact, we're gonna have like. The US is kind of coming up close for issues that like Japan and Korea deal with like population decline, which is very, 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 very bad for the country and growth and GDP. It's a very bad thing. It's like a scary thing. So if anything, bring them in, dude. That'd be the ideal problem, is how do you organize hundreds of thousands of people, then enforce your own rules as moral as they are? It's tough. There's no, you're right. That's just a guy. That's about as accurate as you could be. There is no right answer. Like far too often, I think both sides want this, like this thing will be perfect. And it's like, that's never how it is, man. There's never like everybody gets perfectly equitable everything. There's never going to be that. There's always going to be short end of the sticks. Housing market caps. Well, I have a thing where like it's my fault for getting political, but like I am a capitalist, but even I am like against major corporations owning a ton of single family housing. And I think we can figure out healthcare being the richest country in the world. I think we could figure that out. We could find a way to figure that out. I get that there's advantages to having like a paid healthcare system because the U.S. usually leads in innovation because we have a competitive way about it. See, that's what I mean. There's like give and take on everything, right? The housing thing seems to be, it's like how is the rest of the population supposed to play in this capitalist game we have if they can't afford a place to call home? Because when you pay rent, you're burning your money. The best thing you do is find cheap rent, but when you're not investing in your own equity, it's like you're just burning that cash, and you can't use it again later. So if all these corporations come in and like muscle all of us out of buying a home, how are we supposed to put more money back into the economy? Can't say I disagree with that, just saying. Watching housing prices balloon at the moment is insane, yeah. Is the ambulance thing true with the crazy costs you pay to use one? Yes, it is. The only, if I'm playing devil's advocate for a second, the only thing is like, less so you're from South Africa, so less so you, but I will say it's like, it's hard to hear that argument from people in Central, Eastern, Western Europe, and Canada talk about like, well, our healthcare works like this. It's like, okay, let's, because you know where America's been putting that money? We've been putting a lot of it into defense. And when I say defense, I mean more than half of our defense happens to be protecting your countries. So it's like, it would be nice if we didn't have to worry about paying defense expenditures and we could put that into healthcare systems, because you haven't had to worry about that. You haven't had to invest money into that stuff.
So it's very easy to be like, well, look at our free healthcare. It's like, that would be nice. Imagine if the strongest country in the world came in and said, hey, don't worry about defense, we'll take care of it. And then when it came to development, that same country was developing all the defense stuff that you happen to be spending what little money you have on it anyway. So it's like, you're not developing much, you're not contributing much. By the way, I want to play Metal Gear Solid 2, by the way. So, I don't think I'm a libertarian, but I am more of like, America go home, because like, there's something to be said that like after World War II, you didn't want communism rampaging across the entire, basically broken and shattered world. So then America had to be there to like, you know, Marshall Plan and protect these places so they could build back up and get back on their feet. I understand that. But then after the Cold War, it's like, okay, can we bring them home now? Can we bring them home now? MGS is so fucking good. It's unbelievable. I think about 3 to this day. Okay, help me out, because you say you love it. Metal Gear Solid 3 is, what kind of gameplay is that? Because Metal Gear Solid 4, or was it 5? Which one is the one in Afghanistan? Because I'm actually excited to play that one, because I hear, since I like Mercenaries so much, I might like the one that's in Afghanistan, because it kind of plays the same, apparently. The money's put back into the economy when you don't have to mortgage, rent, utilities, cooking the rest of your paycheck. See, mortgage I can defend. Having a mortgage I don't think is bad for you. You're investing in yourself, because you can later sell the home and get the money back to buy a better home or to move or whatever you want to do. So I don't think a mortgage is like a waste. Now, crippling mortgage where like you bit off way more than you could chew is dangerous. Which is basically the position I'm in. Is like, with the money I have in stock, if I sold it, I could technically buy a home, or sorry, I can technically get a mortgage, but it would be way more than I could chew right now. I'm in a fortunate position where I am paying rent, but I'm paying a generous rent. That is not it's not hurting me, and it gives me breathing room. Because like, I'll be honest, I'm pretty zealous about wanting to do content. And I'm foregoing just getting a normal job again and probably making 6 figures again because I want to do this. So for now, I'm fine not having the home. 5 is essentially the highest quality sandbox experience in the world, but at the other side of the coin is it's also the weakest MGS story-wise, despite having really good moments for you being a Mercenary fan. You know, Eon, that probably sounds like right up my alley. And I even like what you say it lacks in, because that's kind of my argument with like Breath of the Wild. I think Breath of the Wild is a really fun game. So is Tears of the Kingdom, but I find them to be kind of weak Zelda games, if that makes any sense. Because it's such a departure from the structure of normal Zelda games. You could pay 5 for 10 hours and raise the completion to like 1 to 2%. Terrible Zelda games from a classic fan like me. Yeah, that's basically my argument is like, great games that I actually like a lot. Not a big fan as far as a Zelda game. I also dang it, I thought I was gonna get one more in. The helicopter theme and PC version can also have custom songs. Oh, so like you could do Fly to the Concords or Fortunate Son. Essentially, yeah. Those are the 2 songs when I think of like thinking of it as your anime ending song. Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII is ahead on our way. Nice. If I ever did Final Fantasies, should I play 7, the original 7 first, or should I like go into remake? Yeah, yes to both. Remake isn't what it says on the box the way you think. I am aware of like pretty big story departures, if that's what you mean. You went uninstalled it. Wow. Okay, damn. Are you serious? Do I have a full restore? You own Final Fantasy 1 through 12 on... There, you can get 1 through 12 on Switch? Maybe I just let him die and then do revive. I know most people don't go full turbo autism about it, but I'd be right there with the YouTuber Best Guy Ever complaining about it. I'm full autism. I like Best Guy Ever. I've never even played a Kingdom Hearts game, and I've watched both of his Kingdom Hearts lectures. I liked his newest one too, because he seems to have gotten the students under control now. Because the thing I hated about the older lectures was that one guy always screaming and interrupting, which was so annoying. Because like Best Guy Ever was obviously so passionate that I just wanted to hear him talk. And a few of his friends are fine, but he has that one guy who's always screaming and hollering and being obnoxious. I also love how he went from loving Kingdom Hearts, like, what was it, like 8 to 10 years ago when he did the first one, and now he's just so like... And it's funny when you watch him back to back, because he's initially so passionate and loves the series so much, and then by the 8 years later when the second one comes out, he's just like, it's shit, it's a waste of time, don't do what I did, like, play up to this game and stop forever. I only got into the one Final Fantasy game, Final Fantasy X. It's early 2000s goodness. He loves it, but he has standards, yeah. Yeah, Final Fantasy is always one of those games that, like, or a series that I wanted to get into, but I just, never had a PlayStation, and that's predominantly what the later games were on. 10 I'm interested in because my brother desperately wants me to play 10 as well, because he likes, Blitzball. And I like sports ball games, so... 1 through 10 and 12, no versions of 11. 1 through 6 is a collection, 7 and 8 came in a dual pack, 9 was a standalone, 10 and 10-2 was a pack, 12 is a standalone. Wow. So hold on, are you kind of like me, where you just bought them because you're interested in them and you want to play them in the future or maybe whenever, but you haven't played them yet? I have like almost 500 games on Steam, and I've played probably like 50 or something. Like, I keep buying games on 90% discounts. What's up, Lilibeth? How you doing? I saw your Pokemon Coliseum video. Totally loved it. Wes was my crush when I first played back in the day. When I was a teen, he was so badass. Yes, he was very badass. Well, thank you, Lilibeth. Appreciate you. You are watching the next video. We are in Generation 4 now. The Eternal Backlog, yes. Eon, that's the coolest thing about what I'm doing now is, like, I'm killing tubers with one stone. I want to make content because it's fun and I like being creative. And 2, I get to finally address the backlog I've had forever in like a really cool way too. You may want to visit the library in Conolave City. They have some ancient books that you might find interesting. It may also be a help to the completion of your Pokedex. I think you ought to go there now. Thank you, Perennial. What's up, Marvel? How you doing? Those books with Arceus BDSP was so silly. Do you mean in like you go and like read the book or something, and then you go back to play Arceus, and it was like giving you more stuff? Awesome. For some reason, I keep skipping Gen 4. I never really got into it. Hopefully, you're enjoying it. Well, we'll see. It's not off to a good start. Hey, you couldn't get Manaphy without the clues of the book. Yeah, I think there was a workaround on that though. I'm not entirely sure if it was required that you go get those clues, because I played Arceus and I got the shiny charm in Arceus, and I think you need a Manaphy, or maybe I just traded myself a Manaphy. Where is the city? Ah, okay. Thank you, Perennial. I like how you signify derogatory. I thought Bidoof could... Hold on. I thought Bidoof was a beaver. From what I've heard, it's very slow when it first begins, a lot of backtracking. You know, that's like the least of my complaints right now. My chief complaint... Oh, Bibarel. Oh, give me a break. Lilibeth, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you what it is. Restrictive roster. Fog and defog. Which goes into too many HMs. And now number one, Bidoof can't learn Surf. Get him to 22. How about no? How about we're going to Pastoria Town? You have a water type? Hold on. But do I have a water type that can also learn Cut and Strength, and what else is there? Dive and Waterfall and Flash and fine. I see what you're saying. I don't need those right now. Yeah, the physical special split on moves. I appreciate it a lot. Because now it makes certain Pokemon suddenly relevant. Like in the script, somebody had a good idea. I forgot who it was, but way back in my Red and Blue video, I talk about how like a Pokemon like Hitmonchan learns cool moves, but it's useless basically on it. And now I'm going to do a callback. I'm going to do Hitmonchan in this video. I gotta make sure I don't forget that. Oh, I wrote it. Never mind. What do you mean you thought it was Gen 2? able to trade without knowing someone else? The game.
Oh yeah, that is. Yeah, how do I think I had that in the script. Oh, okay, well I need. No, I have it. Wi-Fi. I call it Wi-Fi Revolution. Him on top. That might be Hitmonlee. No, Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee are Gen 1. It's pretty funny. A lot of my friends' first Pokemon game was Gen 4 and mine was Gen 1, so it makes me feel old. Well, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? But no, there's a lot of Gen 4 love. More than I've seen, like abnormal amount. Cause like every time I do different generations, the one I've seen the most is like Gen 1 and Gen 4. Like a lot of people starting point with Gen 4. So it's like, I'm interested to see how this video would do. Cause I'm thinking I'm going to be pretty critical. Should you get a Poliwrath back piece? If you want. I started with Gen 1, got back in Gen 4. I'd say my official return is like Gen 5. Even though I did play Heart Gold Soul Silver and I played Leaf Green. But in both of those examples, I didn't play like the generation defining game. Like I didn't play Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and I didn't play Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. I basically only played the remakes for those generations. You didn't even ask for Diamond and you got it as a Christmas present. Heart Gold Soul Silver is one of the better remakes. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to gush about it. Yeah, Marvel they did that a few times with like these really special Pokemon that couldn't be transferred up. Because in Gen 7, isn't there like certain hat Pikachus? There's Pikachus that like wear Ash's hat and stuff. Gosh, that slow surf speed. So that was my first time seeing it, and I gotta be honest, it didn't look that bad. Eon, I cannot wait to play Gen 5. I love Gen 5. You're 35. That's alright, I'm 33. I was 14 when the game released, but I didn't get into it for some reason. I was always excited for a release, but I skipped Gen 4. Got you. Yeah, I was there from the start. The Happy Pikachus did make it to home and bake? Okay, fair enough. I might mean the cosplay Pikachu. I think there's just more than just a spiky-eared Pikachu that can't go up. Did you also know that if you get a Mew in the Virtual Console games, it can't be legitimately transferred up to home? Because I was going to shiny hunt Mew in Gen 1, because there's a glitch setup you can do. And it's a really weird reason. The reasoning is that the trainer ID needs to be like Game Freak GF something. It needs to be the name of the event. Gen 5 is awesome. I was really into it, especially Black and White 2. Yeah, same here. I was talking about it earlier in stream, but I think there's more people here now. Gen 5 was a very special time in my life. Not good. It was a negative time in my life, but it was. Gen 5 came out and like it gave me good distractions for what was going on in life at the time. I had just graduated high school. I didn't really have direction in life, and I was working at Target pushing carts, and yeah, I was just kind of miserable. I didn't know what I
wanted to do. I never thought about it in high school about what am I supposed to do as an adult. And Gen 5 came out and gave me a good distraction, calmed me down a bit. And it was my reintroduction because, like I said, didn't play much of Gen 3, didn't play much of Gen 4. So when Gen 5 came out, not only was it a good distraction, but it was kind of like my reintro. Okay, I'm back playing Pokemon, you know? I do like how this game needs you to see every Pokemon before getting the National Dex. That scares me. Hold on. What about stuff like Munchlax? Oh god. When you explore a new Pokemon game, you ignore the outside world. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Yeah, I understand. Pokemon was always a great distraction for me as a kid, and even now, it's a great escapism for dealing with life, for sure. Totally agree. You think a trainer has Munchlax? Thank God. I have been skipping some trainers, though, so that's not great. Oh, God. That scares me. I'm so worried now. If you battle every trainer... I've been normally I am the battle every trainer guy, but I've been skipping some. I will admit. Darn it. Well, that's gonna add a lot of clock to this video. I will say I slept on Lucario as a Pokemon until they were added to Smash Bros. I've liked Lucario since I knew he existed. Although I didn't play these games when they were out, like I still knew by osmosis, or is that what it's called, osmosis? That Lucario existed. I always thought Lucario was cool. I think you should, Charlie. I think you'd like it. I had Black and White 1 and 2 back when I was in college, and I had a mentoring program, and people who I considered friends at the time let me stay with them, but they stole my games. Oh no, dude. So hold on, all of you were in college and they stole your games? How pathetic is that? Not for you, but for them. Like, I get college kids don't have a lot of money, but goddamn. They're going to hell. Dude, that's... It's funny, I legitimately bought, Diamond and Pearl a long time ago, and now I'm using it for content. But there was saves on these, and from people I didn't know, and it was, I felt bad deleting that because it was like, at one point, this person probably loved this game and like put a lot of time into it because they organized the boxes. There was no shinies. I like for shinies, but they organized the boxes and like they did all this stuff, and they had like all these different like, I felt bad. And I didn't even steal it. Double hell. Ooh. Yes and no, Eon. They ended their journey. They sold it. Because I bought all those at a game store. The last videos you've seen, last couple videos you've seen, basically Gen 3 and Gen 4 era. Like I said, I didn't own them. Everything from Gen 5 on, I bought like when they released. That's why I have that like black and white guidebook behind me and stuff. But when I bought the Gen 3 and 4 games, it was at a game store in Pensacola, Florida. And I bought the GameCube there, Pokemon Coliseum and XD, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. I bought it all in like one big haul. And the crazy part was like all of that cost, you know, this is 10 plus years ago, probably 2012. So like 13 years ago. All of that cost me like $200 because nothing, the prices hadn't gone crazy yet for all that stuff. They refused to admit it and left me feeling like I was crazy, but they were the only people I was living with at the time, and I didn't take it out of my house. Yeah. Oh, they did it. Come on now. No, they did it. So what was like, hold on. So you just had to keep living there knowing that they took that? And they pre-ordered two PS4 right after they stole them, so I was so upset. Yeah, because they went to GameStop and sold your stuff. Did you go back and rebuy those games? Pawn Stars are such... One thing I regret with my Pokemon journey is when I transferred up, I left my main team behind, but I also, because I wouldn't be able to 100% the Pokedex again, I lost motivation for those games, so my main team stayed behind. Damn, dude. I need to figure out how I'm going to replay Arceus. Because I'm not going to go get the shiny charm again if I do a new game. And I don't want to start a new game on my primary Switch. So I'm going to have to, I have like 3 Switches. A new profile. Can it have more than one? Oh, you mean on a Switch. So like make a new profile on the Switch and then use that profile? Okay. All my games stolen. They left me with games that couldn't sell well and took the ones that could. They kicked me out once my mentor program was over, so I went back home. Oh, Jesus! Damn. Do you think it was the strategy the whole time to steal your haul? It would have been good to have a home box for all my teams across the games, yeah. Come on, dude. Oh, I don't need it, Marvel. We should be good without that. Damn, Elizabeth. I did rebuy both games, but the aftermarket was so gross it was expensive, but I had to have them, yeah. Yeah, especially now. Oh my god. How much is a not even, let's not even say with box, just say raw Emerald version. How much would it be to buy Emerald? $100. Do you think that's fair? Because like with inflation, would that be around what it sold for? What would it sell for? Like $30, $40 back in the day? Brand new? What is AUD? Is that Aussie? You bought Emerald for $220? Jeez. eBay says, yeah, 200, 250. So Lilybeth got like right. You got a little bit of a value play. Australian dollar reduce. Black was 200. Oh my God. Kind of worth though. Kind of worth. I'm sorry. I'm a Gen 5 stan. I can't recall why, but I bought the Gen 3 games for when using them to complete my diamond decks. How long ago though? And it's only going up, yeah. It only ever will, right? Why invest in stocks when you can buy Pokemon physical cards? I know you're joking, but I always recommend, if you're going to invest in anything, just find stocks. It's infinitely easier and probably going to make you more money than trying to invest in like memorabilia. And then you don't have to store it anywhere. You don't have to deal with online profiles or accounts or people and flakiness and stuff. But I think people have like invested leaning motivations, but then they only go to the thing that like they're familiar with. Like they don't want to learn how to invest in stock or make a brokerage account. So they go, oh, I'll buy Pokemon cards and they'll be worth a bazillion later. And it's like, good luck. Is this gonna be neutral because I'm ground? Yeah, wow. I got the Fire Emblem Wii game. I think I have that one too. Fire Emblem is this weird series that I've liked from afar for a long time, and I would love to make videos about. Yeah, so I've got Path of Radiance for GameCube, and then I've got Radiant Dawn for Wii. I have the Pokemon game curse. Either my games get lost, stolen, or broken, so I've never held on to games for so long growing up, so I just buy them. So are you saying there's a chance you might have just lost your games back then? Yeah, you're just a bit better than me as usual. But listen up. Let me tell you who's going to take on the Pokemon League and become the champion. You guessed right, it's going to be me. Anyways, you should be able to take the gym leader here. Hurry up and go make the challenge. Okay. Why, Eon? For the graphics or why? I've only completed a few Fire Emblem games, but keep buying them. In my head, I feel like I am gonna love the series, but I will admit I'm scared to forever lose characters. And I know I can turn that off, but I don't want to get called out in the comments for being scaredy cat. My sister lost her platinum version when she had the items for Shaman and Darkrai. No. I haven't beat it, but the one on Game Boy Advance, the Sacred Stones, and I loved it. The Harikana or whatever. There's a character named like Lynn or something, and she used the Harikana
that animation for that attack, I lost my mind when I first saw it. I was like, and this was only like 2 years ago that I first played it. And I was like, this game is sweet. And then I got distracted and stopped playing it. And then I played Three Houses, and I played a little bit of Engage. But the thing about Engage is like, it's such a love letter to the other ones, but I don't understand the references that I want to play all the other Fire Emblems, and then I want to play Engage, because then I'll be like, I can like live in nostalgia too. You can't turn off permadeath in the old ones. You have to soft reset. No. Hold on, but if I'm playing on emulator, I can just and no one will be the wiser, right? My daughter's middle name is Lynn. My first completed Fire Emblem was Sacred Stones. That was one I got from the DS Ambassador program. What the hell is a DS Ambassador program? In Sacred Stones, there was a mage character I liked. She died in the final fight. Well, damn. You didn't have to tell me that, did you? I like the song. It's very sweet. What is this? My yellow got thrown across the room by my siblings, so it broke. My gold got stolen. My sapphire was lost on vacation, and my black and white too were stolen. And I never win. What did you do to suffer like that? I keep missing what the name of this town is. Kanalave town. Kanalave? Kanal... And I like the music here a lot. The 3DS Ambassador program was something they did to reward early adopter of the 3DS because of poor sales. They gave them free games, including GBA games, something 3DS never got. What? So they got exclusive GBA games, almost like emulators, on their 3DS, but like officially? That's shit. That's actually pretty cool. Yes? Okay, that's kind of cool. Hey, that'd get me to buy one. You got your 3DS day one. I got a 3DS after I graduated boot camp because I wanted something to play on the go. And it was this was long after the launch though. Like I remember it was like a year or two after launch. Maybe I don't know how long it was, but I remember it was close enough to where I was playing Ocarina of Time on it. Never forgiven Japan for their JP only 3DS remake of Final Fantasy 1. Yeah, they do that a lot. Like, what are they doing with the Switch right now? Isn't the price point like exorbitant for everywhere not Japan? Steelix is cool, but dies so quickly. Yeah. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised it survived that, but I think its defense is really high. Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna attack you, Steelix. You don't have to taunt me.
With Fire Emblem, I liked Awakening. Conquest Birthright was trying to beat Pokemon, and that hurt the game, yeah. Pokemon XD is expensive now. I managed to get a Pokemon Coliseum for $40 before the pandemic, but I wasn't as lucky with XD, yeah. Yeah, Lily, I gotta tell you, unless you're gonna, like, transfer to yourself all the way up to home, because you can still do that. Don't count on it for long. If you don't care about doing that, just emulate. Beauty butt. Whoa. And Three Houses was off formula. I finished all 4 stories, but it wasn't the best. I really liked Three Houses, and I still haven't beaten it. I got all the way to the part where, like, something happens at the academy and the story kind of takes a turn. Still haven't beaten it. And I played as the Blue House, whatever they are. See what I mean, though? Is like I keep playing Fire Emblem and I enjoy them, and then something like distracts me. Biggest concern with buying XD and Coliseum scratchy discs. Yeah, but like in my XD video, you can see my disc isn't even scratchy. Just people were telling me that over time that the discs will still deteriorate no matter what. And I was like, well, damn. You'll play with permadeath but reset if you lose someone. So is that like a happy medium where like you want the pressure of not having to lose somebody, but you still don't want to lose somebody? Because I think that's exactly how I would play. That's why I like Three Houses. Like I'm okay with the character dying, but I get to go back in time a little bit, you know? The only thing I don't like about Fire Emblem that really bothers me is when you do story missions and like you're being careful, you're scouting, you're making sure you take cover, you're making sure you're in terrain that protects you, something like that. And then part of the story, like you'll get ambushed and like things will just appear in front of you. I've never liked that, even though that might add a level of challenge. Because I feel like it nullified all the careful preparation I did up until that point, and then it's like, oh, by the way, a story mission that's a unique effect that only happens now. It's like, how was I supposed to know that? And it's like, again, you can rewind the clock, but it's like, probably you're gonna have to restart the level with how much stuff they throw at you in that ambush setting. Reinforcements. Am I talking about reinforcements? I mean like literal teleportation. Like there's parts of Three Houses where like when you start fighting like the like cult thing. Like, you'll be about to beat the level, and then a story thing will happen, and then just, like, enemies appear, like, right next to your guys. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? I agree with Eon. Like, I think you should be rewarded for scouting and preparation and not punished because you've never played the level before, which is how it feels like. It's like, well, don't worry, because once it happens to you on this level once, it won't happen again. It's like, sure, but I already spent 30 minutes on this level. Skill issue? Nuh-uh, dude. I would say it was a skill issue if what I said didn't exist and players were complaining that some unit kicks their ass, but it's because they're not taking cover or they're not being defensive enough. You really have to search for the right buyers. Neither of my discs are scratchy. A lot of people take good care of their games. Well, Lilibeth, try something for me, because I also have the place where it was crashing for me on XD apparently is the same for someone else. So play until you get to Agate Village and let me know if it crashes or not.
You see an issue, I say replayability. The thing is, Fire Emblem games, you're expected to lose people, but your brain doesn't want to lose people, and you don't know your first time playing on whether or not the game gives you more units. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like, and I'm blaming myself. I'm blaming myself because I think people love all the aspects like Wes. Whereas like, I like 80% of the aspect of this game, and I was like, but I don't want to lose characters, but I want permadeath because I want there to be stakes. Well, you know, because that's crazy. I never had that issue, but I haven't played the entire game for a while now. Okay. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong. What are you currently playing, Lilybeth? I did miss out on a few people in Fire Emblem because I didn't recruit them. Yeah, that's another clunky thing too, is like having to balance sometimes when you're in the map where like this specific character is supposed to talk to this character, and that's the only way you can recruit them. I wasn't always the biggest fan of that. Oh yeah, don't get me started, Wes. I loved in Pokemon Stadium when it'd be like, welcome to the bug gym, and it's like, I have a Charmander. Like, Unicorn Overlord goated that. Eon, did you notice in my Coliseum video, I used the tutorial song from Unicorn? It's just so good. It's such a good song. But by the way, I haven't played the game. I just know that song. Tamagotchi Life, Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm gonna start to play Devil May Cry. Never played DMC. I want to do a video on Red Dead Redemption 2 eventually. I've only ever played it once, so I think it'll be nice to go back. And then, because chronologically RDR2 is before the first one, I want to play Red Dead Redemption 2, and then I want to play the first one again. RDR2, so awesome. It's my third time playing. I really love the storyline and the open world. I just love the... I rarely gush about graphics. Like, that's not usually the highest thing on my list, but like, the game is beautiful, dude. And it's very immersive. I really want to learn how to play poker so I can play poker in the game. Wait, the tutorial where you play as the MILF Gina Squad. I'm talking about this, dude. I'm talking about... I'm talking about this, dude. Oh, it's not gonna be loud enough, is it? I don't know if you can hear it. I think the DS is overpowering it. You know what I'm talking about, dude. Don't act like you don't. I'm in the battle route where I'm a horrible cowboy, but the game makes me feel horrible for being horrible. Yeah, that's... That's the thing, right? There's clearly like a intended path. The game is visually beautiful. Ghost of Tsushima is also another beautiful game. I want to play that someday too. I have the director's cut on Steam.
The only Pokemon game where you need previous gen Pokemon to catch a new one. What do you mean? Regigigas. You need all the Regis. And what, you can only... Hold on. Are you saying in order to get Regigigas, I would need the first 3 Regis, but I would need to have transferred them from... So, like... You're shitting me, right? Highly recommended. It's an amazing game. And the DLC further expands the open world. For Ghosts... He's not lying. Oh my god. So for Ghosts, I think... Hold on, let me make sure. You guys want to see my Steam library? By the way, sorry, I've been holding a secret. The creators of Portal Fantasy sent me an email yesterday. They gave me a CD key to play their game. It's kind of like Pokemon. I've only played like 5 minutes. But I'm going to play it a little bit more tonight after stream. But there's even like starters, like Pokemon and everything, so I was gonna get into it. Just try it out. They said it'd be cool if I did a video on their game, but I honestly don't, I don't know if I have time. The main series Pokemon games are taking a lot of my time. What was I doing? Oh, Ghost of Tsushima. Ghosts. No, no, I have Ghost Recon. Same thing, right? Wildlands is a badass game, by the way. Is it on my wish list? By the way, here's a life hack for you guys. Make a Steam wish list. And then on the top right, sort by discount, right? So you do sort by discount, and then it'll always give you the top discounts on your wish list. And then you should only ever buy something. My rule is 50%. Now, I'm living life on a budget these days, so I'm gonna need a cool 90% before I'm buying these games. But that's how you end up with 500 Steam games. Bit quieter than RDR2. It seems open world, feels a little empty compared to RDR2. I can accept that though, because it's a different setting, a different culture, kind of, you know, it's less like, you know, it's a Japanese island in that time, so it's going to be a lot more peaceful, you know, other than the Mongols coming in and doing some nasty business. But like Red Dead Redemption, RDR2, you're in the Wild West with a bunch of cowboys, things are going to be a little loud, and I can accept that. With Black 2, the only one thing I did miss was reset my game and didn't play it until I finished Dream Radar. Had all these level 5 legendaries before the first gym, didn't use them though. You ever see that thing with where the NPC in Generation 1, she's like, oh, I'd really love to see a floral Pokemon with like floral print on it or something like that. And then they made Moon Shauna or whatever. Muna. Yeah, Marvel. Is anybody experienced with doing the DNS connection things for the event? Like, do they... I know there's a YouTube video on how to do it, but does anybody just... Like, have you done it before? Wes, I don't think you do, because I think now you can do something with like your phone that like it'll simulate a hotspot or something. I saw a YouTube video on it, but just in case somebody in chat knew a even more efficient way, I figured I'd ask. You've defeated my son. Who's his son? How do I... Well, Lilibeth, I have a video on it you can check out. The first gym leader is his son? Nuh-uh. Rourke? Rourke's a guy? I thought Rourke was a girl, but okay. Lilibeth, do you want a spoiler or do you want to watch the video? Byron. Wait, Crasher Wake is his name? I thought that was like his slogan. Either is fine. Lilibeth, I'm not excited. I'm very upset with Nintendo. Luckily, I play old games, many that I own or can emulate, and I don't have to indulge in the upsetting decisions that they've made. Is that speculation or is that true, Wes? Does Bronzor have levitate? I feel like it does because it's levitating, but I like to make sure. It's truth? Okay, thank you. It's either levitate or heat tooth. Well, let's do science. I agree, it's nuts how they are trying to advertise this as a good thing, but I feel like aside from Mario Kart, it's not worth how much they're trying to sell it for. Yeah. Somebody in the comments had a really great observation that these companies that have really strong console generations, like the next console generation they do, they try to go crazy. Like, their examples were right after the Wii, which was extraordinarily successful. The Wii U comes out, does bad. Same with, you know, when the 3DS came out. And I don't really have knowledge of this, but apparently this happened after the PS2 when the PS3 came out. And then I was personally very involved in my Switch video. You can see it. I was very hyped for the Xbox, or the new Xbox, after the 360, because despite, you know, Microsoft was in third, the 360 was a strong console, and it gained a lot of fans. Like, there's people who, like, really love the 360 and loved the games. Was excited for the future. And then, you know, the whole presentation happened where they revealed the Xbox One. It was like, oh, do you hate us? Like, do you hate us right now? This feels like it. In fact, so a lot of the things Microsoft was trying to do, the then president of Microsoft, Don Matrick, maintains that, like, hey, this is what companies are going to do eventually. He's like, we just did it too early. And now Nintendo is doing it, and Nintendo even lifted a thing that he said, where people are like, well, what if people can't afford the Switch? They're like, well, we have the Switch One. That's exactly what Don Matrick said. He's like, oh, we have a console for you if you can't afford the Xbox One. It's called the Xbox 360. That's one thing I liked about the Gen 4 starters, is how they gain a super effective type on their weaker one, and their types become regular effective. Yeah, I kind of like that too. It feels like a level playing field. I just want to shake the confusion. Maybe heal Wish Twig up. Come on, kill it. There we go. I'm actually gonna get Yudi Butt out here and see if I can finish off this Bronzor. Nope. Oh, wow, that did nothing. All right, good job. UDBet can take a hit. It's really frustrating. I wonder if the prices will drop, but I'm not sure. It makes me think how Pokemon will run on both consoles. My prediction in that video is that I think there will be a price drop, but what's going to have to happen, because like the whole thing I told you about Don Matrick, what I didn't say in that video was that they only backed off of that because they didn't listen to people. Like, people reacted like very viciously. They didn't care. They're like, yeah, screw you, whatever. His whole attitude was always like that. Don was an asshole. And the only time they backed off was when all of the companies released their pre-order numbers. So Sony released what their pre-order numbers were for the PS3. And Microsoft was like, oh no, because they lost so many people, including me. The only era in my life where I owned a PlayStation, sorry, not the PS3, the PS4. The only time I owned a PlayStation product was because of that Xbox announcement. It was so terrible, and he was spitting in our face. I was like, fine, dude. So I bought that day, that presentation. I went on Amazon because you could. It was available back then, and you could still pre-order the Xbox. I unpre-ordered it, and then I pre-ordered a PS4, and then it wasn't until like a week or two later that all the companies released what their pre-order. You know, they're trying to like, oh, we have this many pre-orders. No, we have this many pre-orders. Microsoft was like, oh, we've like not only do not have good pre-order numbers, we've lost people to them, to Sony. Then they fired Don Matrick and they wheeled back all the things. So what I'm trying to get to is that Nintendo is going to have to be displayed the data that this is or is not going to work, and that's the only time we're going to get a change in price. I got a very lucky critical there, by the way. We guys saw that. Nintendo often hurts its consumers. Somehow it gets back on good graces and then do it again. Yes, that's what it feels like. Like, have you guys look at how this, I don't know. Okay, hold on. I know the motivation behind wanting to do this money-wise, right? So check this out. This is Nintendo stock, right? They're publicly traded in the US and Japan, I believe. So in the last 5 years, like this is a 5-year chart. So even in like their COVID, they got a COVID bump. That's very nice for them. Wow. And then it kind of like stalled out. As a stock, you don't want to see this, right? This isn't great as a shareholder. And it's been going up. Why? Because we've announced the Switch, right? Oh, very exciting times. And as a shareholder, you figure how much revenue they might be generating from, you know, aggressively going after their customers, right? Well, man, that could be a lot of money. But look at the Macs, right? So back, you know, this was during the Wii era. I mean, they were just crushing sales. This is why the stock was so high. Their revenue was insane. Everybody had a Wii. Everybody had 3 Wiis. You had a Wii in the bathroom. You had the Wii in the living room. You had a Wii in your car. Everybody had a Wii, right? Yeah. Then the Wii U. Ooh, no. Look at this. 2014. The Wii U wasn't doing good. The 3DS wasn't doing good. And then what happened? What happened around 2017? Can anybody take a guess? What console came out around 2017? I'll wait. The Switch. Ding, ding, ding. So we're off to the races. Boom. COVID strikes in 2020, but we knew that wasn't going to affect a gaming company. Boom. Skyrockets. All-time high. Switch 2 announcement. Or just before the Switch 2 announcement. Right about here. $19 a share.
They got a little bold, didn't they? Anyway, hold on. Macro trends, Nintendo. Let's look at revenue. Okay, let's look at revenue. Revenue will tell you so much. Revenue will tell you so much. Look at this revenue. Okay. So back in 2010, right? This is at the twilight years of the Wii. Wii U comes out, 3DS comes out. Ooh, we're having some rough times. It wasn't, dude. Again, revenue was at an all-time low, or very, very, very low in 2017, and then the Switch comes out. Boom, 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 boom. Here's where we are. Now, from a shareholder perspective, if this number is going down consistently over the years, people are selling their shares and they don't want anything to do with it, which hurts the company, right? They can't raise enough capital. So then you increase profits, more people will want to buy the shares. Shareholders are then happy, right? But how do you continually get revenue? How do you keep it going? You can't do the same thing every year. You can't release a new console every year. You can't release a Breath of the Wild every year, right? So you have to find ways to extract that money. And I think that's what Nintendo's afraid of. They look at this last 10 years and they go, we do not want this to be our company ever again. 3.5 billion in sales? No siree. We like 17 billion in sales. Now, am I defending them? No, I'm just saying what they're probably thinking. They're probably thinking we need to find ways to keep shareholders happy. I also heard that the Wii, it was an American branch that helped with that. They said to pair it with the Wii Sports for free. Yeah, Reggie says that was his idea. So it's funny because Reggie has come out and he's been apparently very softly taking jabs at Nintendo and how bad this all might turn out. Japan doesn't like doing things for free, which is why the tech demo costs money, but that's absurd. Also, I'd be interested to find out how many Japanese consumers own homes. And the reason why I say that is because, like, if you don't have a huge mortgage, I think it's probably easier to spend your free cash on objects and toys and fun, right? Japan home ownership is 60%. Okay, 65. Okay, so while I'm technically correct, it's not that big of a... Yeah, I was just speculating. We have more in the US, but it's... I thought it would have been less than what it was for Japan, so... I'm just trying to crack the code is all. Of course, I'm tougher, so it's not going to actually happen. Anyways, Livvvid, come with me to the library. Okay. Guys, I've been streaming for 6 hours. And I think I'm gonna call it a day. We've done a lot. We've talked stock, we've talked content, we've talked Pokemon, we've talked Fire Emblem. I think I'm gonna call it there. I'm tired. I might be busy tomorrow, so I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow, but I will stream again probably on Tuesday. And I think maybe we'll be able to finish by Tuesday or Wednesday and maybe have like a Friday release for the video. Give me a good day and a half, 2 days to edit and stuff, and I think it should be good. So yeah, thanks for the people who hung out today. Appreciate you guys. And Mexican wrestlers, we'll do it. I might stream tomorrow, not sure, but if I don't stream tomorrow, I'll see you on Tuesday. So all right, guys.